on that cart back there. We've got 5 items on our agenda this evening. At a work session, we generally don't make formal decisions, except to perhaps give some instruction to staff. And it's mostly an opportunity just for general discussion. So before we jump into public comment, Chris, in the way of any sort of preliminaries from you on mechanics this evening before we ask for public comment?
Actually, three different items. So one, just want to remind folks that we do have a budget and finance subcommittee meeting this Thursday. That was scheduled last week. So 9 to 11 is a scheduled time for that. I'm pretty confident the committee is going to be focused on their recommended budget amendments to the council for June 10th. Secondly, the Skyway Drive ribbon cutting is this week, and I don't have my calendar right in front of me. Can someone else tell me the time?
Thursday at 10?
2.
10, Thursday at 2.
On the Alkali Creek side? Okay. Thursday 2, both those are Thursdays. So we got budget and finance in the morning, in the afternoon at 2 o'clock. Big deal, Skyway Drive ribbon cutting. And then Laura may help me here, but I want to introduce you guys to our new planning manager, Anna Vickers.
Please,
So
go ahead.
Can we do that now?
Yes, please.
All right, so. So we're very excited to have Anna on the team. Is this your first day officially?
This is my first day, yes. Hi, I'm Anna Vickers with the City of Billings in Yellowstone County, which is a new thing for me to say. Oh, is it one? Thank you. Hi, I'm Anna Vickers. I am the new Planning Division Manager. I'm excited to work with our staff and support them with anything that they need. We've got a great team here, and so just ready to get my hands dirty. It's nice to meet you all.
Very good. Welcome on board. Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Kinney?
Mayor, Council, on Wednesday is the 110th anniversary for South Park Pool, and at noon we will be cooking hot dogs and giving away hot dogs for free to the first 110 folks that come up. So stop at South Park and come and get a hot dog at noon on Wednesday. Thank you.
Thank you. What if the first person eats 100 hot dogs? You're in trouble.
Then we'll get a few more.
Okay, all right. And Councilmember scheduled a council operations committee Thursday afternoon. Given the number of things we've got this week with the budget and also the number of things tomorrow and the next day, we're gonna have to cancel and reschedule that. So, all right. Without, we'll open up. We have an opportunity for public comment after we have the presentation on each of the events on our schedule. But if you'd like to comment on something that's not on our agenda, you can either do that now or wait till the end of the meeting. You've got to leave and won't be able to wait around until we actually get to that item. You should feel free to do so. Make your comments now. We just ask that you tell us who you are and keep your comments to 3 minutes. So is there any public comment at this time? Go ahead.
Council, my name is Denver Slater, and thanks for hearing me. I'll be just a few minutes of your time. It sounds like you've got an awful busy agenda. My issue this evening, and it has been for some time, probably will be, is the Montana Rescue Mission, specifically Matt Lundgren, the executive director, that is in charge of that facility at this time. He and I and the community have had some issues for quite a long period of time. I commend Mr. Lundgren for his lofty ideals. The $1.6 million grant supposedly he's gotten for the expansion of the building and the wonderful things he has planned for the people of the community, and I give him credit for that. Unfortunately, I don't. And the reason being is to date, now let me back up just a minute or two. I had the good fortune to address you folks here several months ago, a couple of months ago. That Montana Rescue Mission has a van that was donated by Walmart. It has got meals on it, huge custom meals, donated by Walmart. On the other side of that van, it says, "Fighting hunger in the community." Mr. Lundgren is detrimental and very counterproductive to that. By that I mean women that leave that facility at 6 in the morning when everybody must. If they have an infant, if they're by themselves, they don't get a cup of coffee, they don't get a donut, they don't get a goodbye, nothing. They will receive one bottle of water, a bottle of water only, because that mission has to rely on small church donations for their water. I attempted to say to Mr. Lundgren, I'll bet if you drove that van that says donated by Walmart out to Walmart, east or west, I bet you they put a pallet of water in that van. Don't you think the Warden family would do that? I think they would. I bet you also Walmart would write off or tax write-off or call it loss prevention or donate socks or scarves or caps or gloves in February. Matt Lundgren can't make the phone call to request that. Gets better or worse. There was a hygiene center, and I used to work down there years ago. I've been homeless, I've been hungry. There was a hygiene center down there for women, for children, for infants, for everyone. They diagnosed a hernia of mine. And they did so much good for the people, for the community that needed that shelter for the homeless. Matt Lundgren cut it off just like that, done. I know that to be true because I spoke with Deb and the girls that run that place that are now operating out of the healthcare homeless facility on 1st Avenue North. Gets worse. That kitchen downstairs is a fully industrial-sized kitchen. I worked in it. And we were capable, and we dealt out over 200 meals a day when I was there. This is many years ago, 20 years ago. The first meal of the morning was for the residents. The lunch and the dinner were for whoever wanted it, off the street, the homeless, the little ones, the elderly. From the south side, they came from all over. 200 meals a day. Matt Lundgren shut it off, just like that. Nothing.
And Ms. Slater, your time is up, so if you could just kind of wrap up, but it sounds like you may have a lot of the other things you might want to just consider sending an email to council@billingsmt.gov with more details if you would like.
Yes, sir, Mayor. I would be sure. The cook, the chef right down there right now is a very good friend of mine. He said to me, Denver, I could serve 200 meals, and I used to serve 200 meals a day to the homeless. Matt Lundgren has cut me back to 30 meals a day. He said, you know why? I said, no. Why, Buffalo? He said, because Matt Lundgren is running a cult. A cult. Our Montana Rescue Mission is a cult. He said, in order to belong, in order to fit in, you have to belong to Matt Lundgren's cult. Now, personally, I made an effort to contact him. I wrote a nice, very legible, very legal note. Would you please meet with me, Mr. Lundgren? I just want you to answer a question. Why do you kick us out? Why do you kick them out at 6 in the morning? Why not wait till 8? Why 6 in the morning without a cup of coffee when I know that they've got warehouses full of coffee down there? The point was, that man, he was on vacation. When he got back and read my note, I was told by specific friends in there, he kicked a waste paper basket across the chapel. Didn't want to talk to me. Gets better or worse.
Okay, Mr. Slater, I think we got it, but if you've got more, feel free to send an or an email with that information.
Understood, Mayor Cole. My good friend, I will close with this. My good friends who stay in vans off the property, Matt Lundgren, went to them himself and said if he had anything to do with me personally, they were cut off totally from service, and they have been. It's not up to me. I'm nothing to him. I'm nobody. You people are. Please address that issue.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Any other comment on anything either on the agenda or not this evening?
Good evening. Catherine Card, 2815 4th Avenue South. One of my concerns is something we've talked about, Mayor and Council. One of my concerns is the Colonial, something that you and I have and others have talked about for 3 years or more. The crime incidences, the number of police calls there are now up again, 63 in 154 days now for this year. And those police calls include for shooting, for multiple ones, for weapons, burglary, assault, all those kinds of things. I thought last year that you and code enforcement and others were making some headway on dealing with Mr. Skaggy, the owner of that property. But it seems that that headway has stopped, and I'm very concerned about that continuing to get back to where it was 3 years ago. And would ask you all to work on that. The other concern I have, and I've raised it to you before, and it's kind of connected to the previous gentleman's concern, is that one of the highest number of police calls in our city is to MRM, to the mission. And these are calls for theft, sexual offense, drugs, that kind of thing. I've said this before, that this town really needs a well-run, low-barrier shelter. Even Chief St. John, remember when off the street, the Continuum of Care was operating the shelter, low-barrier shelter called Off the Streets, legitimately a Continuum of Care shelter. And during that time, Chief St. John came here and in other venues and stated how he saw less police calls as a result of that and seemed very satisfied with it. I have begged you, asked you many times to make that a part of your planning for this city. It doesn't, like I say, MRM is not a low barrier shelter. And also Off the Streets that's run by, that's a nonprofit, is not making headway. It may seem like they are, but they're not. So we do not have a low barrier shelter in Billings for another year. Several people died this year. And we, who have given about 1,000 showers this last year, see it every week. People that have damaged fingers and toes from frostbite. And I really ask you again to consider your role as inspiring and helping us plan a low barrier shelter for this city. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment on something either on or not on our agenda tonight? Okay, no one is coming forward, so we'll close the initial public comment period, move on to our regular agenda. Our first item up is a presentation on YRPA. Mike, I don't know if you were going to sort of kick that off and then turn it over to our YRPA representatives.
Mayor and Council, thanks. I didn't really have much to say. I was asked to see if I could invite YRPA into giving us a presentation on kind of their history and what they have going on. And so I've discussed with them, and they've got a nice presentation for us tonight. I do have one comment to make. On Wednesday, South Park Pool turns 110, as Mr. Kennedy pointed out. It also is free that day. So all swimming is free that day. So if you want to go down and bring your swimsuit and have a hot dog and swim for free.
Okay. Will you require that we wait an hour after our hot dogs before we? That's an urban myth. An urban myth, okay.
That's your own liability.
And then, yeah, sign a waiver with your hot dog.
Is it okay if we hand out something? Yeah. Okay, all right. Okay. Turn this up. Okay, good. My face is sort of in the screen there. We'll see. Mayor Cole, Council, hello. I am here to speak on behalf of the Yellowstone River Parks Association. My role with them is a contract Dover Park manager, but they asked me to speak on their behalf. And I feel like I'm among friends here. I know many of you, and many of you are supportive of the work that we do. So I'm excited to give this presentation on the public record and then open up maybe even a stronger partnership with the work that we have going on. I want to remind everyone that there's a whole network of organizations that are working on the issues that I'll present today, and that we consider ourselves a node in that network, and hopefully an effective one. So I'll ask tech support over here to start up. Okay.
And Carolyn, if you would just introduce yourself.
Yeah, my name is Carolyn Sevier, and I live about 2 blocks from South Park Pool, so my children and myself will be there on Wednesday at noon to join in the party. I do. It's not, but it's legal city council. While they're getting that up, I'll just mention that the handouts there are our standard rack card that shows a map on the back of our area of engagement in Billings. And then that's our most recent newsletter that you have in front of you. And there's a lot of great information about our organization there. There it is. Perfect. And I'll just wave or something. Oh, there's a clicker. Look at that. Okay. Thank you. So again, many of you are familiar with this information, so I'll kind of go through it a little bit quickly, but I wanted to remind everyone that YRPA was started in 1991, so more than 30 years ago. There were a group of folks from the Leadership Billings program with the with the Chamber of Commerce that got together and decided they wanted to do something with what they had learned and their energy that they had for improving the city of Billings. They were looking around for a cause. And for a while, they looked at the rims and then decided that the river needed even more attention and advocacy. And that was true 34 years ago, 33 years ago, and is certainly true today. So in 1991, this group formed many familiar names: Grove Thomas, Earl Gus, Jim Bauer, Gary Buchanan, a number of folks that were then and continue to be involved. And so in 1991, 1992, one of the first things they did was to look at what was then called Barbara Island and is in colloquial terms known as Norm's Island, but is still officially on the state of Montana maps as Barbara Island. So if you talk to the state folks, they get a little confused. But YRPA started working on Norm's Island and put in that lovely bridge that is featured in so many photos, and started to identify opportunities for trails and parks along the Yellowstone River in Billings with its unpredictable, undammed, interesting, and unique opportunity of a river. So the first thing they did, though, was started to talking to city county planning, and they created this document. A few pages are right there, just to show you that these documents, these master plans, don't always sit on shelves collecting dust. In 1994, this is what they came up with, a conceptual greenway plan for the city of Billings, going from Duck Creek to Dover Island. And there are 15 trailheads. There's miles and miles of trail on both sides of the river. There's an equestrian center indicated on there that has yet to come to pass, but I can hold out hope. You'll also notice, if you look at this up close, which I know you can't, but it lists the Continental Oil Refinery. So for those of you who were around at the time, you'll remember what that is. So that's how it started more than 30 years ago. And YRPA was committed to working with any partner that it could in order to get this Greenway Master Plan accomplished, and wasn't particularly interested in taking the credit or really even taking the leadership, but just helping this network of folks move forward on this plan. So where we are now is an area of influence that YRPA is happy to be a part of, representing 2,000 acres of natural open space that's publicly accessible along the Yellowstone River. Now, Billings doesn't have the same kind of river, as you all know, as Boise or Colorado Springs or Pocatello or some of those towns with nicely flowing rivers and green spaces along them, because it's undammed and because of the flood regime. But we still have some really fantastic opportunities, particularly for unlandscaped natural areas. YRPA also, since its founding, if you look through the old newsletters, you'll see that this is pretty consistent annually. We put in about 8,000 hours of volunteer labor in order to help to manage all of these 2,000 acres, and as a privately funded local 501c3. So we're pretty proud of that, and for 99.5% of that history, it has been all volunteer, an organization that has managed this. I will say that if you look at all of these maps, there's a variety of different ownership, and that's, I think, something that unique that YRPA brings is this collaboration among these organizations. So we own 4 different properties outright that are private, but we open them to the public. We also work with city, county, state, and federal agencies on properties that they manage in order to help support their work. So we do this in about 6 different ways, and I'll go through this pretty quick. It's pretty intuitive when you think about the work that we do. So one of the things is we protect and manage habitat in natural areas. Sometimes we have bonfires, and sometimes those bonfires result in dragons, which my kids are pretty excited about. But there we have some volunteers cutting down, managing Russian olive, and then putting up some fencing, managing trails. That's a big part of what we do. The second strategy is to engage the community as volunteers, advocates, partners, and supporters with 8,000 hours of volunteer work. That's a big part of our activity. Provide a welcoming space for visitors and partners to recreate, learn, and connect. There's 2 of our partners on the screen there. One of them on the left is the Montana Association for the Blind, which does a series of nature walks at Dover Park annually when they have their annual workshop here in Billings. They didn't do it last year, but it's usually here in Billings. And then on the right, there is a representation of a project from Pedal United that's putting in pump tracks at some of our parks. They built one at South Billings Boulevard. The new boat ramp, there's a pump track there, and they've just completed one at Joel's Pond out on the west end, which is another property that we own and are therefore able to make available to our partners. It's really important for us to tell stories, whether those are formally or informally, about cultural and natural history and the resources that are on the parks that we're involved in. Of course, getting kids outside is close to my own heart and is certainly part of what YRPA does. We partner with Montana Audubon to facilitate the Montana Audubon Center, which has, thousands and 10, 20,000 people who visit annually. And then there are programs going on at other parks around our region as well. A big thing for us is to build organizational capacity for the future. So all eyes right now are on Dover Park, where we recently quadrupled our ownership, going from 120 acres or so to 630. I'll show the master plan in a few slides, but that's really where our focus is what kind of an organization do we need to be to take advantage of the opportunity presented by Dover Park and to be the best that we can for the community of Billings Heights and the east side of town. And all of this isn't a particular strategy, but I thought you all would appreciate this. This is a picture of just one of the hundreds of meetings each year it takes to do the work. So it's important to keep in mind that the time that you spend in meetings actually does make a difference and makes this work possible. So that's one of our meetings, and it looks sort of similar, although the setting is, outside of that building is a little more nice than we are now. So a couple of recent and upcoming things that we're working on. This is the master plan that we put together for Dover Park. We're right now engaged at the early stages of this master plan. You can see, and if I do this laser thing, do I have the button right? Anyway, on the lower left there is the current park. If you've been there, you're familiar with it. There's trails there. Great, thank you. And then the rest of it, basically everything to the north and east of the new road that's coming across the river there, the Yellowstone River Bridge, is new property which will be open to the public in another probably 2 or 3 years. We're putting those plans together right now. Another recent accomplishment in 2023, we were able to fully fund and construct the Dover Activity Center, which is just a lovely facility that we like to make available to the community. There's not a lot of open community space in the Heights, and so we're really excited to build this and use it for our own programs and activities in addition to make it available to our partners. We helped out this year with one of our partners' efforts, the Yellowstone River Research Center at Rocky Mountain College. This year was a total of 31,402 pounds of trash pulled out of the river. And that's an annual event, and there's our skid steer and a couple of our canoes helping out with that project. Also this year, we helped to form a coalition of concerned citizens and organizations in the Billings area regarding the train derailment and the subsequent spill on the Yellowstone River. That's a picture there on the left of a little glob of tar that was in the mud. So just a reminder that there's always more work to do and that we really need to make sure that our efforts, that all of our efforts are to keep the river clean are able to continue, because we all need to enjoy the beautiful Yellowstone River Valley. And like I said before, it takes a lot of partnerships in order to do this. This is just a sampling of them, but there's a lot of organizations that we work with. There's a lot of support that we have. There's certainly thousands of individuals, but that's represented by many, many organizations in Billings and beyond to do this work. And just a little bit of a plug for upcoming events. There's an event calendar in your newsletter there, but we'll draw your attention specifically to on Saturday, September 27th, we're gonna have a citywide kite exhibition in order to promote and celebrate the work of YRPA. Terry Z. Lee, who some of you may know, is facilitating that, and there will be kites displayed at buildings all over our community, all along the theme of the river and protection and parks and trails and similar subjects. So that's who we are, not new news to some of you, most of you, but really the point that we wanted to make in coming here today, and I really appreciate the invitation from Mayor Cole and Director Mike Pegg to do this, is just a reminder that we are here and this is the work that we do, and we have a history of working successfully in partnership with the city and the county and lots of agencies and private nonprofits, and that we want to continue that work and possibly even make it stronger from this point forward. But I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Carolyn. I'm sure there'll be a few questions or maybe even a comment. I'll kick it off. By coincidence, I had a meeting today about possible trail connection between Riverfront Park and Mystic Park along the river. And potentially that would be a natural trail. And I'm just, you don't have to make a commitment, but I'm hoping we can get on your radar screen because you add an awful lot of value for the, actually, if you could go to the other one that had the green, you save our taxpayers a lot of money if you can get involved with natural trail construction and maintenance. So between Riverfront Park here, around the corner, Western Sugar property, and on up to Mystic Park, this piece here. So I don't know if you're prepared to say, promise help with that, but I just want to make sure that it's on your radar screen.
Yeah, thanks for saying that. It is indeed on our radar, and we have been participating in the Trails Committee conversations, and then along with TrailNet and the city and the other partners, we're part of those conversations. We are fully supportive of that work, and we're really excited to do what makes sense for us to do to make it happen. We think it's really exciting. It was part of the master plan originally, and YRPA had been involved in the east side, Washington Street Bridge access. We held a couple of easements there for a while. So it fits in with our history, and it absolutely fits in with our mission and what we see for the future.
Very good. Thank you. Councilor Kennedy?
Yes, thanks, Carolyn. The one thing that I would ask is, if you look down at Riverfront Park, and I don't know if this is a question or maybe a question for you and Mike Pigg together, if you go, if you follow the all the way driving at Riverfront Park, all the way to the end of the trail, and then walk the trail all the way to the river. We have lost about 10 or 15 feet of trails along the river there. And the question I have is, and this is what we did years ago at Huntley, is we did the 3 bendway weirs out to save the trails and to save the property there, or the Yellowstone River is doing its thing, and she's going to take even more land along there and where the trails, and that's was a beautiful trail going across exactly where you were talking about, Mayor, connecting on the other. So that might be something if you folks are looking at, or if our folks with the parks are looking at, that we should be writing to the Corps of Engineers or the other federal groups and asking them. They funded Bendway Weirs for us in the county, and it's a project that would save those trails along there at Riverfront Park.
So I'm going to turn this over to Mike Pegg because those are city trails and city infrastructure. We were involved in some of the early work on those trails. Our approach to trails is lower investment and tends to be single track footpaths rather than significant infrastructure. And so it's really not our approach to try to, maintain trails by shifting the path of the river. But we also understand that our approach is different and that the city does have some infrastructure invested there, which we certainly would not want to see lost.
So if Mike wants to comment, feel free.
Thanks, Carolyn. So we haven't really pursued any fortification of the edge of the river or changing the course of the river. What we're kind of pursuing is how can we move inland and what's that going to look like? It's very expensive and very onerous to even try and get permits to change the track of the river. And so it's kind of an iffy situation right there. And so we haven't pursued that at all, no.
You might check with the Corps of Engineers because that's who we worked with the county, and we're able to get the federal funding and the approval to be able to do it. And that would save you and save some of that trail network.
I'll check with them, yes.
Great, thank you. Anything else for Caroline or Mike? Councilmember Dees?
Thank you, Mayor. One of the parks that's on the forefront of what the city is looking to do is the Colson Park. What involvement do you have in working with the city and kind of anything in the park, Colson Park there?
At the moment, we really don't have involvement in Colson Park. One of the reasons it's on there is because when the Dutcher Heritage Trail was first being put in, YRPA was part of the group that was able to get the easements under those bridges, working with the railroad and the Department of Transportation. And then it is part of this overall kind of engagement map. YRPA did look at Colson Park a little bit in the past, but really because our approach is, like I said before, this sort of single track pathway, that's where our involvement would really end. And at the point where it became really clear that there were lots of other partners that were involved that had bigger plans for Colson Park with more infrastructure and more investment, we just decided, let them take it on, and we will help where we can. But there seem to be some other people who are really taking that forward.
Very good, thank you. Anything else? Don't see anything else, but Carolyn, thank you, and thank you to all the members of YRPA and donors and sponsors. It's a great community effort. It's been great for our community.
Yeah, I also wanted to acknowledge that 2 of our board members are here in the group too. So Jill Hickson and Susan Gilberts have come along, and so I don't know how long they're going to be around, but I'll be around for a little bit. So if there are questions afterwards, I'm happy to answer.
Very good, appreciate it, thank you. We do have an opportunity for public comment on our agenda. Is there anybody who would like to make comment on this past item number 1? Susan.
Hello, Mayor, council persons. Thank you for your dedication to our city. I appreciate that. I moved here 21 years ago. Full disclosure, my brother-in-law, Steve Chandra, he was one of the founding members of YRPA. So I've known about YRP and the A and their projects from before I actually arrived in Billings. And I have to say, as a person who studies rivers, this is an amazing jewel that we have. And so I just, as a board member, I want to say that yes, we would love to partner to continue to build these connections along the river. We are limited in some ways now that we've assumed the Dover Park complex. That's a big project for us, but definitely we want to help support this connection if we can. Thank you.
And Susan, if you just
I
introduce
didn't introduce myself, did I? Sorry, Bill. I'm Susan Gilberts. I live at 2606 Longfellow Place, which I believe is Ward 4. Am I right on that? Now I'm in Ward 1. See, I get so confused about my words. But anyway, a longtime resident of Billings. Thank you.
Thank you. Susan's also now newly Dean of Business School at MSUB, correct?
That's correct. Yes. Thank you.
Very good. Any other?
I thank you. Jill Hickson, 2531 Mary Street in the Heights. I am a board member, the secretary of YRPA, and I came to Billings in 2019 as AmeriCorps and fell immediately in with YRPA volunteering, and now I'm on the board. So I would like to thank the city for all the work that it does, for its commitment to parks and trails. I will reiterate what Susan has said, and you saw on the slide, we are a volunteer-driven organization. It's undergoing some organizational capacity building, given our new acquisition in the Heights, but we are always very eager, and this fits right into our mission of continuing public access to the river by maintaining and building trails. So thank you for your support. We look forward to working with you.
Thank you. Okay, I don't see anybody else coming forward, so I'll close the public comment period on item number 1 and move on to our next item. Item number 2 is our procedures for adoption of our fire code. Jamie is our presenter.
There we go. Mayor, councilpersons, my name's Jamie Fender. I'm the fire marshal for the Billings Fire Department. And this is my first time doing this whole process, so kind of excuse my ignorance if I'm screwing some of this stuff up. But what I wanted to bring up was the adoption code process for the fire code. And I only have a couple different slides, and then I can just kind of explain the process, kind of where we're at with everything. So right now, the city of Billings adopts and enforces the I codes, and there's quite a few different I codes, but they're all currently adopted via administrative order and signed by the city administrator. All of those except the fire code. This is adopted via city ordinance pending the approval of city council. So these are all the I codes that are currently being enforced in the city of Billings that are adopted through an administrative order. The building code, residential code, mechanical code, fuel gas code, swimming, pool and spa code, plumbing code, energy conservation code, existing building code. The fire code, which we're in the 2012 version of the fire code, that gets adopted via city ordinance. So because these two processes are different, it creates a bunch of challenges for a variety of different reasons because it puts us automatically in two separate code cycles. So cross-referencing code cycles creates time-consuming complications for fire protection specialists, construction contractors, builders, plan reviewers, the enforcement of these codes, and each new code cycle creates new requirements. So we're just further creating problems. So what I'm requesting is if we could create an administrative order to adopt the fire code and keep it in line with the rest of the I codes and then just do it all at the same time. Because if I was talking with all the other AHJs, local jurisdictions, and some of them do it through city ordinance, some of them do it through administrative order, but they're all doing it together the same, whether city ordinance or administrative order. The fact that we're doing it on two separate ways to adopt it, it automatically kind of separates us. And because the fire code, building code overlap so much, it just creates a bunch of different problems for us. So it's basically just trying to expedite the process of adopting the fire code and doing it just the rest of all of the other I codes at the same time through an administrative order. That's it, 3 slides. So some of the complications and stuff that we've ran into, food trucks is a big one. So because the state fire marshal's office adopted the 2021 fire code, we follow suit. So the BUFSA, anywhere outside of the city of Billings, they're enforcing the 21, which has food truck requirements. Because we're in the 2012, we don't have any food truck requirements. So when these food trucks, they go travel to Bozeman or Missoula, or they're in the BUFSA, depending on where they're located, the enforcement's different. So that's just like one of the challenges. And I'm hearing this from a bunch of different contractors, like, hey, what is it? What are you guys enforcing? How come it's different over here versus here? And it's basically the speed of us being able to adopt the code. So if we could get that to an administrative order like the rest of the I codes, it would just speed up the process, if that makes sense.
Very good. Is that it? Before we open up, I'm sure there'll be some questions. Thank you, Marshall. Councilmember Gillett?
Thank you, Marshall. So I'm an architect, so I work with the International Building Code, and we have the International Fire Code as well. I wasn't aware that was supposed to be used in 2012, so this is another example of where there's a sort of disconnect. The state establishes which building codes we're going to have, and so then it seems appropriate that it's just an administrative thing, and we're just following suit with what the state is requiring of us. So the state doesn't require, hasn't adopted a particular fire code, is that right?
The state has adopted the 21 fire code.
I see.
And so we're in 2012, where everything else is in the 21. The fire code is the only one that's in the 2012. Everything else is in the 21. And it's the adoption process is what's kind of holding things up.
Okay.
So if we could change that to administrative order and keep everything in line, it would just speed up the whole process. And it would eliminate a ton of confusion that we're hearing from a bunch of different authorities.
Yeah, and I guess just a little further then, a lot of the things that are in the International Fire Code are the same that are in the International Building Code, and so as provisions change, then it does create all kinds of issues. So I would certainly advocate making sure that they're the same, and I think I'm fine with the administrative process for adoption.
Thank you. Councilor Ripsis, Councilor Kennedy?
Thank you, Mayor. So I noticed when we adopted these, we had a set of amendments. That's the big difference between the building codes and the others, is we adopt the states in full, and we don't have local amendments. If we wanted to have local amendments, we would still have to do those through ordinance. I don't think we would I don't imagine we would do those through administrative order. So are you saying that you don't want to have the amendments anymore? Or are we really going to gain all that much if we adopt the latest code and still have to go through and make our own amendments every time we adopt a new code?
No, we would still have all the amendments, but it would at least speed the process up to get us into the 21, and then we can deal with the amendments as they go, as things come up.
So we'll have to, by ordinance, adopt new amendments every time a new code comes out?
Yeah, if we want to be more restrictive than what the state requires.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Kennedy?
Just to follow up on that then, if that means if this administrative rules and the city administrator signs off on it, all we're doing is following the state rules as the same rules as the state of Montana, correct?
So as soon as the state adopts the code, we can adopt it. We have the ability to be more restrictive if we want to be more restrictive. But at the bare minimum, we have to adopt what they have, least restrictive. Yeah.
Okay, that leads to my question then. If we decide to be more restrictive and the council doesn't have a say on it, then that means if you decide to put sprinklers in every house in the city of Billings, then all it is by the administrator signing off on it, correct?
Correct. And I mean, I actually had this discussion with some of the other AHJs if this was going to be an issue. And they said, you know, a lot of it is just flat out common sense and the political ramifications of that, and having trust between council, the fire marshal, city administrator, that we're going to do what's right for the community.
But I have a concern. You may say that today, and someone else tomorrow may have something different. And so my biggest concern is if it's going to go through and the council's going to get the ramifications from someone's decision that went through and we didn't get to make a vote or anything on it, then I have some concerns. So how do you alleviate that?
Well, and part of the discussion that we've had too is adopting the code through an administrative order, and then if we want to be any more restrictive than what we already have established, having that run through city council, doing it through a code adoption. Or a city ordinance, I apologize, city ordinance, if that makes sense.
So I think what he's saying is, going back to Councilmember Rips's question, the city administrator would not have the authority to make amendments that were stricter than the state standard.
Correct.
And the state standard does not require mandatory residential sprinkling. Is that correct? So the council would have to approve that.
Yes, anything that's going to be more restrictive than what the state already requires, we would have to go.
State does not require that, so it would be more restrictive, so
then
we would have to approve it.
So then my question was, or as I stated, then we really are letting the administrator sign off on the state rules, and then any other changes, like Councilman Rupsis has said, would have to come back to us.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And we've got a couple others. Chris, you want to chime in? And so if we can, we'll, whoever wants to go first.
I'll go to Jessica first, and then if I could follow up after Jessica.
I would just like to clarify the question on the sprinklers, if I could, Mayor and Council. So the sprinkler requirements are all through building code. Fire code would tell you what kind of sprinklers you have to put in, and it would send you to the references for installation of the sprinklers. But the building code is what actually regulates whether a building needs sprinklers or not. And the building, at the state level, there is a state law saying that residential, single-family homes, no jurisdiction can require them to have sprinklers. And the state also amends that out of the building code. And further, our fire department does not regulate single-family residential homes, only the building department does. So I hope that clarifies some of those questions.
Okay, that is complicated, but thank you for that clarification. Chris?
Mayor, the piece I was going to add, and I apologize, in that Jamie and I didn't get a chance to talk ahead of time, my presumption would be between fire, ourselves, and legal, the question would be, would the ordinance come to you giving me the authority to make amendments or not the authority? I think it would need to be in the ordinance, and there's probably I'm sure Gina would have a legal interpretation whether that's even possible or not. Let's assume it is, that we could drop an ordinance that gave me that authority. In your scenario, I'm accountable to you. If I adopt something that the community is up in arms over, my accountability is to you ultimately, and you would have that pressure of what I adopt or what I don't. Or, as the fire marshal stated, I think what they plan to do is bring an ordinance to you that says that the administrator wouldn't have the authority to be more restrictive. Only the council would have the decision-making in the future if we're going to adopt something other than what's been adopted at the state level. Does that make sense?
Yes. Okay, very good. Other questions? Councilmember Bernice?
Thank you, Mayor. So I understand that amendments have to be more restrictive, but so I think you mentioned that we're under the 2012, the IFC.
Yep.
And state is under the 21 IBC. And so that's the minimum requirement the state requires in the state of Montana. Do I understand that correctly?
Sorry, the state is under the 21 IFC as well.
IFC, okay, they're 20, sorry.
Yep.
I'm getting all my letters mixed up. So they're under the 21 IFC. So that's their minimum standard for everyone to be at the 21 IFC. But we're still running under the 2012. So if the state says we have to be a minimum, then why are we, how is it that we, how is the 2012 even in force anymore?
Well, so the problem came down from the state. The state never adopted the 2015 and they never adopted the 2018. There was a lawsuit that happened with Central Valley Fire. Had to do with some sprinkler requirements and who was enforcing it, and it had to do with the state and Central Valley, and so there was this big lawsuit that happened. So that basically, they didn't adopt the 2015, they didn't adopt the 2018. So the first code that they've adopted since the 2012 is the 21 IFC. And they adopted, March 11th is when the state adopted the 21. So because each new code cycle has new requirements and we can't be less restrictive, as soon as the state adopted it, we're supposed to follow suit because they're automatically more restrictive, they have more requirements.
So we're already following the 21 code now because of the fact the state's more restrictive in that, is, if I understand that correctly then.
We're in the
even though we have the 12 adopted, but we have to follow the 2000 or 21.
We don't, because they have food truck requirements. We're not doing any food truck inspections, and that's a 21 IFC requirement.
Even though we're supposed to be doing, okay.
Yep.
All right, thank you. And then, Mayor, just another question, because you mentioned, or someone mentioned that the state adopts the code, but then they amend out certain sections of the code. So if the code's supposed to be the minimum, and then they're adopting out certain sections, is there any reason why the city can't adopt out some of those sections of the code and only adopt certain sections?
Well, so like there's some requirements that the state are adopting out, like the appendixes. So like we don't actually adopt Appendix D out of the fire code, which is the minimum requirements for road widths and that type of stuff, because county subregs, city subregs, they don't line up. So regardless, we're going to be out of compliance there. So the appendixes, we don't actually will adopt specific ones. We'll just adopt the ones that are applicable to us. But as far as everything else, we have to follow suit right with what they do.
Okay, so maybe I'm not understanding correctly. But I think I heard someone say they adopted out the residential sprinkler section of the code. They amended out that of the code, and when they adopted the code. And so what's I guess going back to what Councilmember Kennedy was talking about, regardless of whether or not we don't want sprinklers in residential homes or not, if the state adopts it, we have to do it.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Councilmember Owen.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have two questions, if that's all right.
Please.
I don't mean for this question to be unfair. I'm genuinely seeking information, but there has been sort of a parade of proposals to council to put things into administrative order because of an assertion that it is very difficult to get things to council and get things through council. Now, I can see here that you're just trying to line up with the other codes, and I get that. But since you're fairly new here to this position, tell me what it looks like on your side of the equation to get something to council. Why is it so hard? What makes it so much harder to come to council and have this conversation than administrative order?
Well, from my standpoint, just because everything's new, it's jumping through new hoops through everything.
Can you tell me what those hoops are?
It was finding out who to talk to and how to present and what time we're going to present and whether I take, like, I mean, I was expecting to show up with a flash drive and then like, hey, here we go. What do you got? And they're like, nope, that's not when things are due, when having a memo sent out. I didn't realize we're supposed to have a memo sent out. And so, I mean, it's kind of like a learning curve. And obviously, as I do this more, it's going to be a little bit easier. But majority of my complications was just this first time going through.
Okay.
The etiquette, obviously, council etiquette that.
You probably care about that more than we do.
Well, that's just it, trying to be correct in the way I go about it. But I mean, jumping through all those hoops is probably the biggest challenge because it's the first time I've done it.
And so those are internal hoops, not things that we've created.
No.
That's helpful, thank you. The second question I have, and I'm not sure exactly how to ask this, but you probably know this, that Billings has sort of a reputation around the state for being tough on fire codes. Is the 2012 code more complicated or out of touch than the 2021 code? Are we going to get to more streamlined, more effective, more efficient for small businesses to navigate with this adoption?
No, I think it was funny because when I was going through, I was comparing the stuff from the 21 to the 2012. Some stuff they added, but there's a lot of stuff that they actually took out. So I think they streamlined a lot of things because they were finding complications with it, and it was if it's confusing for us, it's confusing for a lot of people. So they streamlined a lot of that stuff.
Okay.
I know that this adoption, not this adoption process, but the fact that we're in the 2012 IFC versus the 21 IBC, I know that has caused some frustration. You know, which code are we in? And then it's causing frustration for our plan reviewees because we see stuff that cross sections and then we have to constantly go back and forth. Okay, the IBC actually supersedes the fire code, but we have to know which stuff is superseding. So we're constantly cross-checking back and forth between the two during our plan review process. I know the food trucks, there's a lot of people that are concerned with the, when we're gonna start enforcing the code for the food trucks. And so I've been talking with Riverstone Health. We got a list of all the food trucks. Talking with the other AHJs, there's like 34, 35 of them. They're like, it's a lot. We have over 100 here. And so I got a list of all of those. They have flyers because they've been doing inspections on them. And they know that from whenever we get the 21 code adopted, they'll have a year to retrofit the requirements of the IFC, which is, it's going to be like ventilation, type A hood systems, that type of stuff. But they know that those are coming, but we give them a year, about a year grace period from when the code gets adopted. So the big changes that are coming up in the 21 can trying to think ahead and plan for that as we get it adopted. I don't know if that answered your question.
It does. Thank you very much.
Yep.
So Marshall, you mentioned that the state had adopted the 21 version in March, but I didn't hear a year. Was that March of this year?
2023.
Of 23, so a little over a year ago. Okay. Okay, very good. If this comes back to us for formal adoption, I imagine we'd be curious to know what those changes are. And I don't know if this is a 200-page document. You had a great summary of it that was helpful, but if it's not too long, because especially if it means giving the authority to the city administrator, say, yes, go ahead, adopt this, then we probably want to know what those changes are, more specifically, would be my guess. So just a heads up on that. Councilmember Ripsis?
Thank you, Mayor. Chris, for you. I was wrong. We do have some amendments to the building code in our city code. And so if I'm seeing those here in our city code, that means that we've adopted the latest regulations by administrative order, but we council at some point have passed changes or amendments to them.
I believe that's correct.
So we would presumably follow the same process here.
That's the conversation I would have between the fire marshal's office, legal, and ourselves, is be consistent with it. If our rules, if the policy here has been only amendments are made by council, I'd want to keep, as the fire marshal said, we want to use that consistency in that authority and process. Not that it's not overly onerous to come to the council, but there's more steps. I mean, I don't think we don't put things on the agenda without background material and the kind of steps that the fire marshal talked about. But that's what you describe is how I would presume we would move forward with that consistency.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Kennedy. Then we'll try to wrap up here.
You know, I would just say one thing, that if it's onerous to come to the council, the problem is the bureaucracy that's been set up. But I do have a concern that when it comes to the council, at least the public, and it becomes transparent. And that's probably why the fire codes have always come back to the council. And so I do have some concerns of moving forward with this, but that's my concern on it.
Okay, thank you. So council, staff is going to want some direction here. My sense is that I'm not hearing a lot of opposition to this, but I'm also, and I'm speaking personally, not sure exactly what we're approving, exactly how the code would change. We've had a great discussion about food trucks, but there might be more to it than that. So I guess the way I understand we'd probably be leaving it is staff would move ahead to put this on a formal agenda, but per my request, I would like to see the detailed changes of what it means to adopt the 2021 versus the 2012, so that both we know about what those changes are, but also the public, because at that point it'd be part of our packet and the public could weigh in if they saw some reason. Correct me if I'm wrong, if that's not the direction we're moving in. Councilmember Boyette?
Thank you, Mayor. Let's say we don't approve anything. We stick with the 2012. So what? What happens?
Well, sorry. Well, we are out of compliance, and I'm catching a lot of heat from the State Fire Marshal's office because we are the only AHJ that's not in the 21 right now. And so they're wondering why we haven't adopted the 21 code yet. So I know that they're looking, because we are out of compliance with them being more restrictive than what we are. And if we just decide not, then we go back through city ordinance and then we adopt the 21 code the way we have in the past.
So if I can just comment there, it's very clear then that we need to have something on our agenda. Whether that's to be approved by us or that's to be approved by the city administrator, there still needs to be a presentation for the community about what those changes will be and giving it to somebody to make those changes, because we are out of compliance. Councilmember Neese, Councilmember Gillick?
Mayor, I think it's not much different than what they just did with some of our planning. The state legislature changed the law, and we have to, whether we like it or not, we have to abide by it. And so something like this is, they changed the code, we have to change ours. And I agree, I think it would be a simple, easy, once the state legislature changes, bring it to us on an agenda item, even if it's a consent item, with changing the new IFC date. And it shouldn't be that hard to do. And I agree with Councilmember Kennedy that then it does become a public issue that we're doing. Then if there are changes that we need to talk about, whether we like or don't like them, again, we may not be able to do anything about it, but at least becomes public that we can take it to the state legislators and have them do some kind of amendment to make that change, so that we can amend out of something that may be too much. And I question whether or not some of these other codes that are administratively adopted, why some of those are not coming to the council to find out what kind of changes that's happening, because those affect the community just as well. In the building department, we hear lots of problems about how, people say the building codes are make it difficult. And so what kind of amendments have we done that we need to maybe take a look at and maybe remove so that the building can not be such a problem? So I don't have any problem with it coming back to us on a simple ordinance change. Again, I don't know what the ordinance looks like, but changing the date should be simple.
Councilmember Gillick?
I think probably everyone here would agree that fire code should be on the same schedule, whether it's ordinance or administrative review. It makes sense for it to be able to be together. I guess I would suggest that we have, because the state has the minimum requirement, that we have that with administrative review, and if we as a city determine we want to be more restrictive, we do pass ordinances that would do that. But we want all of them, I think, all of the codes together, I think, on the same pattern. And again, because we're required by the state to have this sort of minimum, I don't see a point in us having to adopt that by ordinance. It's the restrictions beyond amendments that we make to that that I think makes sense to do by ordinance. I don't know if that simplifies anything, but.
So the city administrator to be able to approve the base requirement, that's it? Okay. And it would be difficult, I think, to show a simple red line because there have been a couple interim versions in between. So it's not going to be easy to create a description of all of the changes. That would be probably very difficult, but at least we could have the two versions in case somebody really wanted to dig into it, I guess. Council, anything else before we call this a wrap or open up for public comment? Okay. Thank you, Fire Marshal. This is an opportunity for public comment. Was there anybody in the audience who would like to comment? If so, please come to the podium. No one is, so we'll close public comment period on item number 2.
Thank you.
Call it good at this point. Thank you. Next item up is our public safety updates on both annual report of the police department and then the fire department. Welcome, Chief.
Mayor, Council, good evening. A little bit late, 6 months into 24, and finally getting an opportunity to present the annual report to you in person. You did have it in its entirety. We sent it to you in the packet for some light reading. What it does for me is give an excellent overview of the outstanding work that your police department's doing. In all categories, for the most part that we're looking at, we are trending the right direction, which is down. We look to build on those successes and, modify and adapt where necessary to get better at some other things that were identified. So this report, again, really highlights the great work that your police department's doing in a very difficult environment. It's complex and lots of stuff going on. And I can stand up here and do a filler. No. Yeah, I don't. Yep.
What we may have to do is probably a PDF of it, so I might have to scroll down as the chief goes through it.
All right, very good. Apologize, I guess. Thought we had this squared away. So what we have here is a 10-year trend for our calls for service. You can see going all the way back to 14, what we're really looking at were the citizens' calls for service. And then we decided we needed to keep track and give credit to the officers for the work that they're doing proactively, and that's where you start seeing the numbers jump up. Going to 2021, we saw a 1.6 decrease from 21 to 22, and then 1%. When you go back to our spike years in the COVID, that is a total of 5.6% decrease over those years. Again, we're trending in the downward direction with the calls that we're receiving and the things that we're having to handle. Next slide, please. This slide here is reflective of the 20 most frequent calls that our officers are sent on. Year in and year out, the suspicious call or suspicious activity is number one, and I'm highly encouraged by this. This indicates that people are paying attention to what's going on. They're calling. This just goes back to the if you see something, say something. We can't be everywhere all the time, and so we need our citizens to be looking out after each other, and they do that. This also reflects officers that are checking out with suspicious vehicles or people that might be out walking around. I would draw your attention to number 4 down there, which is welfare check, and then which would be row 14, suicide attempts and threats. Those categories were reduced 2.7 and 3.5 respectively, and that is a direct result of the implementation of CREW. They have been in place since October of 23. Outstanding job by the fire department getting that unit up and running, and it has made an immediate impact on those things that that we historically have dealt with. I will tell you that also there is a law enforcement assist. Sometimes that falls into the mental health side of things when the hospital says somebody left and they're looking for them. Sometimes crew helps us with that, but sometimes not. But what I want you to know is that is an asset we're supporting as you go forward and in your deliberations for budget next year. Other things noteworthy, we have implemented alarm ordinances, both on the fire and police side. That was recommended by CPSM to get a handle on the false alarms. We have some success on the PD side, a decrease of 18%, and we have levied some fines. Some people happily paid, and some not so much. But in any case, that number again is going the right direction. Weapons calls, and weapons calls is not, hitting somebody or a building. We get a lot of calls where somebody's seen walking around with a knife or a club or maybe a gun or whatnot. So a lot of people are seeing things that may or may not be a weapon, and they're calling. And once again, that correlates to that suspicious call, which really gets us, there where we can deal with something. And then traffic enforcement was up for us 2.3%. Hasn't been that way for a while. A lot of personnel type things. I mean, we were shorthanded and then running around. But for me, that's the number one complaint that I get is traffic. And so we definitely want to focus on that. Next slide, please. Statistics are always interesting. There's numerous, or I should say two particularly, that we have to report to, and they never add up the same thing, to Councilmember Ripsis's frustration. Councilmember Boyette, I apologize, blue on blue here. That's not good. Blue on blue is officers using force on each other, but in this case, it's blue print on blue slide, so we will not do that again. Apologize. So unilaterally, what I picked out from our violent crime statistics are things that I think are pertinent to the community and what you want to know. Other things, not so much, but here's what we're looking at. These are the categories. You can see the top 5, and then on assaults, we broke them out into subcategories of aggravated, misdemeanor, assaults on police, PFMA, and strangulation. And so across the board on those, in 2023, we saw 1.3% reduction. So again, we need to do better, but we're going in the right direction going back the past couple of years. Next slide, please. So this is what an FBI reporting slide looks like. I will tell you that reporting to what they call NIBRS, a National Incident-Based Reporting System, they have 24 offense categories that are broken into seriousness, and Group A has 52 subcategories and Group B has 10. So aside from all of that stuff, again, the point is we're trending in the right direction, regardless where we're looking at, FBI or the local stuff. And we struggle trying to get the numbers that are usable for you. There are 58 data elements the FBI looks at, and they're looking at crimes against persons, property, and society. Next slide, please.
And Council, why don't we hold our questions till the end? Otherwise, we'll get distracted, but we'll keep track. Thanks. Go ahead, Chief.
Yep. Okay, so this is our homicide statistics. One fewer than last year. You've heard me say it before. The only acceptable number here is 0. We will keep working on that, keep after our problematic individuals and try to mitigate some situations. Our detective division specifically has done an outstanding job last year. They cleared 10 out of 13 homicides, and the other 3, they have suspects and in consultation with the county attorney. Next slide, please, Kevin. This is robbery, also identified in violent crime. Again, we have a 2% decrease going the right direction. I will say that the 50% indicator on the pie chart, where it talks about personal weapons are used in a robbery, the stereotypical handkerchief across the face and a handgun, we don't see too much of that. What we do see is a shoplifting that gets confronted by somebody and the person pushes or punches or assaults the clerk. that automatically turns into a robbery. So we're seeing a lot of the physical pushing, hitting, kicking, or whatever in the midst of what would normally be a misdemeanor theft, but the act of the assault turns it into a robbery. So either way, we're going down 2%. Next one, please. Violent crimes, these are aggravated or things that would be a felony in our court. You can see that, the crime or assaults with a weapon by far are leading what we have. There's a lot of people with a propensity to use stuff. The thing here of note is that the strangulation and the PFMA that have serious bodily injuries, so we're talking about aggravated assault, 32% of all of those numbers up there. So that really highlights the situation that we have with the PFMA side. Next one, please, go. Here's your total offenses, felony or aggravated, misdemeanor or non-aggravated, going the right direction. Same correlation is that we have since 2021, we had a 12% decrease in our aggravated, 7.2. And then in the non-aggravated, we went 12% since 2021. So we are moving down the right direction. Next one, please. Same scenario that we have with our aggravated PFMAs. 52% of what you see for our misdemeanor assaults were PFMA of nature. And so when you combine the non-aggravated and the aggravated, or the felony or the misdemeanor, 46% of all of our assaults that we handled in 2023 were PFMA in nature. So this is something that we've talked about before and a readily identified problem. Moving on to the next slide. This really represents calls that our patrol officers will handle. Detectives get a direct referral from DP, HHS, or CPS, and last year they reported 443. Now, not all of those are sex assaults. You have family, you have neglect cases, you have abuse cases or whatnot, but you just have those state agencies just direct dialing our detectives 400 plus cases to work, and generally one of the sergeants is taking care of that. Next, please, Kevin. We talked about weapons offenses, so when we actually do have guns showing up, we had 89 of those. So again, that doesn't necessarily mean something got shot or someone got shot. It's somebody walking around with a stick, a knife, whatever they report as a weapon. And so again, going the right direction. Discharging in the city limits, this is actually somebody shooting in the air or whatever. We have a lot of those calls. A lot of times we don't find anybody. We find shell casings in the ground. Don't have any damage or any injuries. But those are on the decline as well. Next one, please. Drug offenses. This is pretty much what you reflected would be what our patrol officers are running into. By far, the number one case that they get, mainly the difficulty with marijuana, is the paraphernalia cases, misdemeanor things that they run into. Our two task forces, Rocky Mountain HIDA, CCSIU, is doing the heavy lifting on the big stuff. Last year, 37 pounds of methamphetamine, 66,000 fentanyl pills. They intercepted 99 loads coming to Billings, targeted 6 local drug traffic organizations, and they disrupted 3 of those. They targeted 10 multi-state, disrupted or dismantled 9. They had 38 federal indictments, and they seized 108 firearms. The street crimes unit, which is a sister with different tasking, they made 40 gang-related arrests, and that's people who have some sort of gang affiliation, not all of them for gang activity, but have that tag with them. 157 firearms, 212 arrest warrants, 21,000 fentanyl pills, and 13 pounds of fentanyl powder. So you got some really, really good work going on by those specialized units. Next one, please, Kevin. Moving on to property crime. These are burglaries, so it's breaking into residences, buildings. You can see again, we're on the downward trend. The common denominator, or I should say a high denominator, is there's no forced entry into the house. So going back to our vehicle scenario, please lock your cars and take your weapons out. Lock your house as well. We had a lot of burglaries where they just walked in the front door or window or whatnot. So again, don't want to blame the victim, but please help ourselves with that. Again, go in the right direction. Next one, please. Theft, stolen vehicle, and frauds. 10%, 16%, and 34% reductions respectively. Again, great work. A lot of it by those specialized units that are employing some pretty innovative tactics to get a handle on stuff. Moving into traffic, this is DUI. The one thing I would say here is that we're seeing a downward trend. However, I don't think for a second that we have that problem under control, or for me to stand up here and say mission accomplished. We see that we have in that yellow there is an aggravated DUI, and an aggravated DUI is a 0.16, or essentially 2 times the legal limit. And if you will look at that line on the top of the lower right chart, so what it talks about is the highest BA of an arrestee for that particular month. And so coming in August last year was a 474, I think, from you can tell back here.
424.
424, thank you. Well, that's about 5 times the legal limit. All right, so you've got some professional drunks out there that are driving around that are getting into accidents, some not. And so we still need to, have that effort. It's not a good thing to have. Moving on, Kevin, please. Citations. Again, we're doing a lot better here, trying to handle the problematic areas. Every one of you has forwarded me complaints from your neighbors, complaining on their neighbors for speeding. That's generally who it is. So we send our units there to do what they can do. You can see we got increases 28% and 1.5% on our warnings. So we'll keep that pressure up, trying to get people to voluntarily comply. This is required by MCA that we keep track of our traffic stops, essentially to make sure that we do not profile. And you can see that 80% of our stops are white, and the edge goes to the males on the gender side of things. So again, this is required information to state of Montana. Step activity would be the next one, please. Essentially, this is your traffic unit that is dedicated to, again, when you call and want somebody in your neighborhood, these are the people that we send. Unfortunately, we've had some manpower issues, down a couple bodies, so those numbers could be better, but we'll keep working on that. Next one is going to the accidents. We had a 3% increase overall. 16% of all accidents were injury, and that could be anything from ow, that hurt, all the way up to serious injuries or even fatalities. It was in 2022, it was 15%, and there was 564 total accidents. So when you combine the 2 years, 22 and 23, 14% of our accidents had some sort of injury. So we're staying pretty close there. The difference in numbers, the 641 for 22 or for 23 and the 564 primarily comes in hit and run. We were not being good neighbors. We went from 988 to 1078 in hit and run accidents, and we had the increase in the injuries. And we started keeping track of what we call non-investigated or the slick street policy. That's when we have the bad snowstorm and everyone's running each other. We just say, unless you have disabled, DUI, injuries, you're not getting an officer, exchange names, and go about your business. And we had 66 of those, which adds to that number. Traffic, or here's some statistics on accidents. Here's your most frequent. I know that's kind of hard to see. The number one up there is Shiloh and King, Overland and King, 24th and Central, Shiloh and Central, 32nd and King, 24th and King, 24th and Monad, and the Heights comes in last at Main and Airport. So good stuff there for God's country. Okay. So the roundabouts had historically had 3 or 4 listings in years past. And I think we're getting the education and people are starting to figure that out. We still have these other intersections. What makes them so dangerous is they're all right angle accidents. You are set up for a T-bone or you're set up for a head-on. And that's what the roundabouts were designed to eliminate that. I'd say mission accomplished with the exception of the odd guy going the wrong way or running into the middle of it. But for the most part, we don't get injury accidents out of that. So here is the roadmap for where we can spend some time with our traffic unit. Very difficult to set up at 20th and Overland, but we know where our problems are. And so working with our traffic people, Deb's crew, then we can hopefully get that taken care of a little bit better. Arrest statistics. The thing I want to point out here is that 61% of that list you see on the left, this is for adults, are administrative violations. They are non-appearance warrants, restraining orders, probation violations, all that type of stuff. These are people that we have arrested before, that have been in the system, that didn't follow through with the judge's orders. 61%. And this really highlights the jam up on the back end of things. We arrest plenty of people, but getting them into the system, holding them accountable, getting them to take care of these warrants and their restraining orders and all that, that's the jam up on the back end. And that's what a lot of people are working on, the jail being a big part of that, and then building capacity with judges, attorneys, PDOs, and all that. But that's a pretty shocking number. The juvenile side on the other column there, the thing that points or jumps out at me there, 34% of what you see is substance related. So it's alcohol, it's vaping, it is tobacco. So we're seeing a significant issue with substance abuse, for lack of better terms, with our juveniles. That's where they're getting themselves in trouble. And the other thing of note, 5% of that total number, juveniles were arrested for PFMA. So now we have them assaulting siblings, mom and dad or grandpa. Again, we're seeing this, you're seeing this problem. Again, reporting out on our arrests for, by race, by gender. Once again, the male whites are the ones that we arrest the most. I should say whites. Oh yeah, male whites, we have it. The one thing here that jumps out is that an arrest is a body. That's that's a person that gets arrested, but they could have multiple charges. And what we have found is that the whites have fewer charges per arrest than the natives. It's not that we arrest more, they just have more charges. And that goes to the slide I showed before. How many non-appearance warrants do you have for urinating in public? And that's just where we're at with that. But person per person, male whites, 2 to 1. Next one, please. Very quickly, and I know I'm running a little bit long here, but I wanted to highlight our investigations division. Captain Coral's in the back there doing a great job with his crew. You know, they handle all our major crimes. They had 424 last year. They cleared 300. Talked about the homicides, 443 DPHS referrals. And they responded to 29 major crime scenes, which ironically is a 46% decrease over 2022. So again, they are extremely busy with a skeleton crew, but we're trending the right way with the stuff that we have going on. Next up is our volunteer program. Outstanding group of individuals who really want nothing more than a thank you. They are wonderful to work with. I have a new volunteer supervisor who re-energized that program. He expanded activities. Since then, we have a 21% increase in donated hours, saved the city $102,000 for the stuff that they do. And where you see them most is abandoned vehicles. They're the ones that are taking care of those reports. In that particular case, you can see how many they have up there, over 1,000 that they're handling. So they're busy and they love it. I won't elaborate much on the professional standards. This, in my opinion, is the most important part of the police department. This is where we have our accountability. This is where we're transparent. This is where we investigate complaints, hold our officers accountable. Mr. Riplin was instrumental in his time at the police department putting this format together so you could clearly see it and makes sense. This is the first time ever that we have a 50-50 split between citizen and PD generated complaints. Usually we generate more than the citizens. Again, we hold our people accountable. On the next slide, you'll see that complaints are down. Mr. Riplin and Mr. Kukulski can attest that not a bunch of stuff comes across their desk. I don't think you're hearing a bunch of things, so our officers are doing a great job. And we can just, you can look at your leisure on the allegations and where they're coming in. A lot of it is, people don't like the way the service, they didn't like the outcome, so they complained. Sometimes they're right, sometimes they're wrong. Driving is a big thing for us. If you can roll ahead there, please, you'll see those driving violations and duty. Those are the two things that we really pay attention to. Driving a police vehicle is the highest liability thing that you can do, more so than any of our firearms or whatnot. They're putting hundreds and hundreds of miles on and emergency response and all that. So we make sure they do it right. And then we will, I'll just let you go from there. Go ahead, Kevin, finish out, please. And there's R3 shifts, which reflects probably the lion's share of the police department, doing that 24/7. Mayor, that's all I have. I'm sure there'll be some questions.
Very good. Thank you, Chief. Appreciate it. It's exciting. We've seen a steady decrease in almost every category over the last couple of years, and many of those reductions have been very significant. So hats off to your department and to the citizens of Billings. Council questions, just make sure everybody has an opportunity. Wherever we want to start, we'll just rotate around. So, okay, we'll start Councilmember Kennedy and go this direction.
Chief, I just want to say your officers do an excellent job. They're out there, they're working hard. I would just say I'd like to get you a few more.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Councilmember Tidswell. Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, we've talked about this before, but there's real no category simply for marijuana. We receive funds from the public for marijuana. And obviously, one of the things we want to do as a council is use that money appropriately. But I mean, how do we assimilate that money with the facts that we have here? It's just called drugs or paraphernalia, but not marijuana.
Yeah, thank you, council member. I think that the education is a big part of it. If you're going to apply any of your funds to the education and get into the prevention, and we're seeing everything that our sister states had who went before us, they did. We're seeing that. We're seeing the increase in the traffic accidents with marijuana on board. We were having issues with the product going out the back door, all of that. But I think in conjunction with any public health issues, the education on what that actually does to you, especially the youth, would be beneficial. truly beneficial. As far as, enforcement things, we are very, very careful. We don't want to get into a situation where I'm arresting or taking some marijuana product when I shouldn't, because I'm going to be buying something. I don't think you want to sign a PO for marijuana because St. John took it in error. The other thing that's complicating it, council member, is the DEA, or the FDA, I should say, is recommending that marijuana be moved from a Schedule 1 to a Schedule 3 or 4. So we go from absolutely illegal in any way, shape, or form to not so much. So your gray area just got grayer, and that's reflected in our numbers. We don't want to get sideways with stuff. But we do run into people that, they're not supposed to have it, or they got too much. Or, if you have such a legitimate business, why are you mailing it UPS to your neighbor's house and picking it up? We have a lot of, that's reflected in those heightened numbers. Thank you.
Councilor Rupsis?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief. Wanted to talk on the traffic side of things for a little bit. So that's slide 21, Kevin. It's no surprise to me that 8 out of 10 of those circles are right around our ward, right? All the roads out there are built as long, straight speedways, right? And so you get to those intersections, and that's the mode you're in. And so people have that mindset as they're doing that. This obviously becomes your issue, right? Our road design translates into your issue with enforcement. So what I'm curious about is, how do we get you guys more involved in the design part? Have you been involved in the subdivision regulations that we're going to be talking about right around now, so that you get fewer calls about traffic complaints? How do we get more proactive work from you and your organization in our design process for our streets, so that we have to rely less on enforcement?
Yes, and certainly we have been invited into some, not all. The Project Zero, we're heavily involved in that. And that's a state county initiative with things. And it's not so much on design of streets, but how to educate and get people slowed down. We're certainly willing to sit in with the with any planners on stuff. I'm not a traffic engineer. So, stop signs, speed bump, have this place bristling with stuff.
To be fair, Chief, you don't have to be a traffic engineer. You can look at a road design and say, you know what? I'm going to have to deal with this. My officers are going to have to deal with this because, we're going through starting the design process on Grand and Rimrock right now. And if we're not careful and thoughtful about that, you're going to just end up with more of what we've got all over the West End there. So you don't have to be a traffic engineer, but I think we need to get your voice in there saying, I don't have the staff to just monitor speedways.
Certainly, and happy to do that. And I've answered similar questions from Councilmember Neese, not so much that in particular, but, the ability to get presence out there, which is a big concern of council, is officer presence all over the place. Certainly happy to sit in with all of that and give advice. The thing that I'm concerned with, and let's just go to next week, you have the opening of the bypass, okay? So you've got 45-mile-an-hour speed limit, not so much uphill, but downhill. And then you're going to come to a three-way stop. And I'm very concerned that we're going to have a really bad accident down there because of the speeds. And then all of a sudden I come to a T in the road and we have issues. So we need to pay attention to that. And work with our, traffic people. What would be a better signal, for example? I don't know what's appropriate down there, but that's a concern. A three-way stop, probably four-way by now, and, that hill, which just invites going faster than 45. So I hear what you're saying, and happy to jump in wherever we can.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Chris?
I would just add that in the crime prevention through environmental design, and I know you understand this, Councilman Rupsis, that is an area that is squarely grounded in a public safety approach to how we design things. So I did have a few conversations today about the regulation conversation that we're going to have here shortly, and I frankly was quite surprised of the disconnect between lighting and safety. So I hope we can emphasize how important an appropriate level of lighting is. And yes, there's a cost, but I'm very confident it's less expensive than the cost of thinking we can have an officer patrolling through all neighborhoods at all the time. So just wanted to emphasize that CPTED is a foundation of design and the efforts that we've been working through, that the chief may not be sitting there, but that we're working on implementing those principles across, the system and making recommendations to you. Thanks.
Very good. Thank you. Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. Thanks, Chief. A lot of this news is very great for our community, so you and your officers are certainly to be commended. You've always done a really good job, I think, of this, and so I guess I'm going to ask you a question and then allow you to broaden this. But as we get into adopting the budget for next year, I think, public safety obviously remains council's #1 priority. I don't ever see that changing in the foreseeable future, thank goodness, for our community. I don't want us to get into a situation, though, where we're just moving ourselves backwards in the sense that we're hiring more officers but not providing the support on the other end. And again, you've always done a very good job of explaining that, I think, of that you can arrest people, but if you can't get them through the courts, if you can't adjudicate them and hold them accountable, what are we really accomplishing? And so I would like to just allow you a moment, if you would, to explain that to council a little bit and make your pitch for us, that it's not just about the officers, as much as that's a really important piece. I think what I liked about the last safety levy that our community passed was that it was this comprehensive approach of, yes, it's going to be police officers, it's also going to be additional court staff, it's going to be a second municipal judge. And so that's my concern as we kind of move into the budget, is that we're going to move back to having police officers that are doing their job but are very frustrated because they're not able to move us through the rest of the process.
Thank you for the question. Yeah, and in general, anytime you change anything in the criminal justice system, it affects everything else. So if you add officers, and let's just say, we add 10, 15, 20 with no support, it's going to affect our staff. So we don't have any secretaries to enter data. Your prosecutors, your judges, obviously the jail, they have no place to put them, public defender, the whole system is going to be affected. Conversely, if you take something away, let's just say the jail went away, that affected the whole system. So anytime, you pick your entity, whether it's PDO, we saw what happened there, prosecutors, it's the same thing. And so what I really encourage is, I'll take as many officers as that you want to give me, but we also need to look holistically at the whole system to make it work. Just giving us patrol officers is nice, but you don't have cars. We don't have anybody to put data into the system and all the things that we talked about. And so just internally for us, same thing. I mean, I'm down 2 clerical staff right now. The question Councilmember Neese asked me, we had to shorten the hours that our front window was open because we can't get the data, all the stuff that the officers are doing, we could not get it entered. And we have people that are doing court and all that stuff. And so, that's a direct result of being almost fully staffed. Question to Councilmember Repsis. He wanted to clearly know when I was full. We are not. I'm at 163 right now. But again, that's the problem that we have, and you can extrapolate that across the whole system. Did that answer your question?
It did, thank you. And I appreciate pulling back up this slide, because that's what jumped out at me of, I think you said 60-some% is not what you're doing. It's the other end of it of the police are doing their job. But if we're having these kinds of numbers, that's a problem in the system as a whole. So that's just the point that I wanted to raise.
We arrest plenty of people, and with any additional resources, we'll arrest plenty more. But in order to move everything through the system, we need assets there as well. You know, getting the temporary facility up and running is going to help out immensely. Getting arraignments moving is going to help. Like I said, those administrative violations, we've arrested those people time and time and time again. And if you want to talk about freeing up officers' time, let's not do this. I mean, let's not arrest 3,200 people because they didn't show up for their court appearance date. I mean, that's where we're spending our time. And if you could eliminate that, I mean, I don't know how many officers I would equate to, but a few.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilor McGulick.
Thank you. No one has talked data yet, and I'm sure, I was sure there were going to be plenty that would. One of the things that so it's helpful to see the data. One of the things that I think would be helpful is also seeing data on a per capita basis, because as we look back to, especially if you look back, 5-10 years, the city has grown. And so some of the, it's harder to know, where we're, in terms of making progress, it maybe hides some of that, or I mean, I know also if you go back far enough, there was a big jump in 2012 and then another huge jump in 2020. And then now we're really trying to fight back to get back to those levels. But I think having some per capita data would be helpful. Also, as someone who attends a lot of different neighborhood task forces, all seem to have puff their chests in pride when they compare their the amount of crimes in their task force versus other ones, but they're all different sizes. And what would really be useful is a per capita basis for looking at those as comparing rates of different crimes in the task forces. I know pretty much every task force I've been to, they kind of think they want to see that as well. So I guess that's not you doing that, but if you could communicate that to your data person, that we'd really like to see that kind of per capita information. That'd be really helpful. I'll leave it at that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. Kevin, can we go to slide 12? Kevin, can we go to slide 12? Thank you. Chief, on this slide is the weapons offense, and you mentioned earlier on during one of the slides that theft could turn into a robbery because they use their hands and push and shove, and that's a weapon. And so I'm wondering on this particular slide, are we talking, because we have a huge spike in 21 and it is coming down, and actually, interestingly enough, it correlates. It doesn't quite match up visually, but it does correlate to the discharging the weapons too. Are you talking just handguns in this particular slide?
No, that top slide is anything that anyone reports as a weapon. As I said, it could be a knife, could be something they think is a gun, could be a stick, whatever.
Well, these are offenses. So I'm assuming these are actually, you guys arrested
We're responding.
someone.
No, we're so the citizens are calling in and saying somebody's walking down the street with a baseball bat. And he's going to assault somebody. So it gets into our system as a weapon. Now, if we go back to the assault with a weapon cases, that's where you're going to see, somebody hit somebody, point a gun at them or shoot them or whatever the case may be. That's where that's reflected. These here are reports of, my neighbor, Councilmember Neese, is walking around with his weed whacker, and they think it's a weapon. So we get it logged that way. The discharging, actually, people are firing firearms.
Okay.
Up in the air, around or whatnot, and we get a lot of those calls.
Well, it's interesting, it correlates to the weapons offenses. But I guess a question I had on that is, is there any reason why there's such a huge spike from 20 to 21? Was there any reclassifications of what's considered a weapon or anything like that? So
No, it was, you're on the tail end of COVID. We have no accountability. Our justice system was sputtering.
Okay.
Nobody's going to jail. And so have at it.
Okay.
And that's exactly what happened.
All right, thank you. And then on page 20, this is the accidents.
Yep.
So, and I asked you this questions about the downtown, the bike crashes, and I'm wondering if we can get some good data on bicycle accidents. And because the reason is, I mean, there's a lot of emphasis put on creating trails and bike lanes and things like that. And I think it's important for us to understand what the accident rate is today, currently, and what's happening. I think you said downtown was 183 from your email, but we really couldn't classify whether that was, I think you said some of them could bike or just they crashed themselves or something like that. It hit a manhole and they went down. And so I think we need some better data on that. So I'm wondering if there's something that in this report here that reflects, when you talk about accidents, this is all traffic accidents, probably not, could involve a bike or maybe not.
It was a vehicle versus bike that would be reflected here. And we have that data for you, and per your request, we didn't delve any further.
Right.
But as I indicated, the great majority of the bike accidents downtown are the bike's fault. They're going the wrong way on a one-way. They're on the sidewalk and people are opening doors, things like that. And we have the ones where the cars are at fault. And I can get that information, but I put it on hold until you decide.
No, it sounded like it would be too much resources. It wasn't. I'm hoping that our data can be updated to where that kind of stuff can be accessed a lot quicker and easier instead of having a lot of man hours. And so, no.
We can tell you the difficult part of your question was the severity of injury. I can tell you how many bikes were reported in a wreck.
Right.
But then I have to go and look and say, well, this person got hurt, this person didn't, so on and so forth.
Yeah, and I think that's where I think our data needs to be better, collecting better, because I hate to have you pull every single report to find that information. If it was categorized at the time of the reporting, if our software could control that kind of stuff and have that information, it would be helpful to know what type of injuries, how severe they are, things like that. So I believe you guys are looking for new software, and I hope that kind of stuff is included.
Yeah, and I work with Chief Valdez and his staff. They might be able to access it from the EMS side a little bit better. But like I said, a lot of the bad accidents are, people crashing on the rims, things like that. But we do get cars that hit bikes, but more often downtown, it's the bike going the wrong way, and I'm looking left and it's coming from the right on a one-way street and have those issues. So, but we can get that for you at your request.
Okay, and then on page 22 was the arrest statistics, and I believe you mentioned that what I'm looking on this is, we're going to have this holding facility created, and we have 10 beds dedicated to the city, although there could be more. When I look at this, I'm looking at several of these are misdemeanor and municipal charges and things like that. So I'm wondering how much of this is just the city that we're going to fill up that facility quickly by arresting some of these people. And I think you said some of these are multiples, so maybe it's not as many people as there is actually stats there.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, council member. A lot of these are multiple charges on one individual. But the great majority of these here are misdemeanors for the most part. And that's exactly what this facility is designed to do, is to move the misdemeanors through. And so, again, get them picked up, hold them accountable, get whatever the judge is going to do and get them out and move these people around. As you're well aware, if you build it, they will come, and our officers will take advantage of it. So we need to be ready on the back end of the system, make sure the arraignment process is seamless, judges are on board, jail's ready to do their thing, and then we got probation, parole, and all the service providers. So again, that's what's going on the back end of this. But we'll arrest them, we'll bring them to you, and hopefully we can get, if I can cut these numbers in half next time, we're good.
So between now and when the arraignment facility opens, we have to make sure that the processes are in place to start handling what you guys, the officers, are going to bring in.
Correct. And that discussion at the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council happens monthly to make sure all players understand what's needed. They're already troubleshooting things, where they think we're going to run into pitfalls and all that. I sit there and I eat a nice lunch and say, we're ready. We'll bring people here when it's time. So again, back end is where we really need to make sure we're ready to go.
Okay, and Mayor, one last thing I want to tie into what Councilmember Shaw mentioned about, officers, hiring officers and things like that. My take on that is, we hire 20 officers or 10 officers. We're going to, right now your proposal is 3. But to knowing what these are, what they're going to do, because, sometimes the public sees, hey, we're going to hire 20 officers, and they expect 20 officers on the street. But we're not going to put 20 officers on the street. We're going to have to put some in detectives. We're going to have to put some in domestic violence. We're going to have to put some in, some on patrol, but special units and that. So I think when we're talking about how many officers, let's try to categorize without, I don't want to necessarily make you accountable to what you're holding, but you're thinking the plan is to probably have we're going to have 3 officers, one in patrol, one's going to be detective, one's going to be special units, things like that. So people are expecting, well, we're only going to see one more officer on the street, but we're all going to have some additional crime because your special units are doing a great job in the city, and I think it shows, and we need to probably publicize that more to show that the public that, they're not on the street patrolling, but they sure are doing a good job in the city. So thank you.
Thank you for that comment. That plan has been presented to Mr. Iflin and Mr. Kukulski ahead of the budget committee on several scenarios. I will tell you that listening to you and hearing really what the focus is increased officer presence across the board, best we can do that, and to set ourselves up for taking care of our family crimes. And so the 2 core areas that we'll be proposing to deploy officers to, regardless what you give me, will be patrol and detectives. The assessment is we are not going to give any more to specialized units until we are solid, until we can get what we want out of that. So whatever that is there's going to be a chunk goes to patrol, a chunk goes to detectives. We have a work plan. I won't go into all of that. We're cutting into Chief Valdez's time here. But that is at the bosses for review. And, if we were to say ready, go, that's what we would do today. So I have your plan ready.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Council, I was hoping that we would get through both presentations before break time. I don't think that's going to happen, so we'll try to wrap up with the police department, and then we'll take a break. Councilmember Braun?
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, you can see the mayor's body language, so no filibusters. We're going to get through these questions, okay?
Right.
Okay, so let's start with the short-term holding facility, because I need to correct what my colleague here said. We do not have 10 beds for the city. We have 10 beds reserved for municipal-only infractions. The entire facility available for misdemeanors or felonies. So one of the things that you and I talk about a lot is my concern that we maybe unfairly or too tightly link arrest stats and officer performance. Arrests go down, officers must be doing good. But with the short-term holding facility, that dynamic might shift a little. So to some extent, we'll be able to do a little bit more and maybe arrest some people that we wouldn't have been able to arrest. On the other hand, we may cut down on that cycling of people we're seeing 3 to 4 times a night, issuing them citations every time. What do you, in your opinion, think we need to prepare the public to expect in terms of our crime data and statistics when that facility opens?
And I'm not the filibuster?
Not filibuster, tight answers.
Okay.
All filibuster.
You just did. So. Well, I think the thing to look at is that we'll most definitely identify that. And I had a discussion with Mr. Kukulski on, traffic stuff. It was, we want to write less tickets. Well, I can do that, and then we won't have as many traffic. So it's the same argument there. So I think identifying clearly, this is what's going to happen, is we're going to have an increase here. But the litmus is the number of complaints that we get.
Okay.
All right, so if those start going down, and we're seeing all this other stuff go up and down, that's a true measure of whether we are having success. And it works hand in hand with the back end, making sure that our offenders are held accountable and our victims are treated appropriately. So if we get those numbers going down, that's a good sign of, regardless of this, that this is working and this is where we want to be.
Okay, so similar question then on family violence, because across the board we're up. We're up on strangulation, we're up on regular PMFA, we're up on sidewalk, we're up on violations of no contact orders, so across the board up. Is that because the situation is getting worse with respect to family violence, or are we simply arresting and enforcing those laws more aggressively? What does the data tell us about why that's trending the way it is?
I think that it is getting worse.
Okay.
I think that what we're seeing are tremendous stressors on the family unit. We're seeing dysfunction. We're seeing no dad. We're seeing all of the stuff, and that manifests itself into this family violence. And it's not just physical assault. It's neglect. It's sexual assault. It's all of that stuff rolled in. And so, going back a couple weeks ago, where I think you suggested people weren't calling because what's the use? They call, and we respond. And you look at our numbers, we investigate, we make arrests, we get people, where they need to be. And so, again, I think a combination of, if they're going to commit the crime and they're going to call, we're going to go and take action, and those numbers will reflect that.
Okay, so similarly, from your perspective, what do you think is the most important thing City Council needs to do to address juvenile crimes? What do you need that's missing in the system right now?
Well, I think you're well on the way with partnership with School District 2. For those who may not know, is working on essentially some mentorship and developing some conduits to criminal justice and trying to break the cycle, get people at least aware of the professions, since we're going to need more people. Let's try to recruit them a little bit earlier. But again, to connect with the youth of the community and break that cycle. Again, when you have the PFMA at a juvenile level, where do you learn that? Where do you learn that it's okay to, beat up mom or dad? You had to get that somewhere. And so where do we break that? That's what's absolutely critical. And I think Dr. Garcia is on the right path. We're all in and doing everything we can. But again, our task is to enforce the law. And so we'll do what we can on that.
Okay, so as we build these new facilities, both the pre-arraignment facility and ultimately, ideally, a jail expansion, what we don't want to do is fill them up with people who don't need to be there. So from your perspective, if we started planning now, what would need to be in place for your officers to have a robust set of pre-arrest diversion programs? What would have to happen for us to do that?
Well, I think if we can get all our social partners on the same page, that would be helpful.
Okay.
They need to develop the ability to sustain their program. Again, affordable housing, let's get a job. We can't be couch surfing, things like that. That would be critical. And you hear these arguments ad nauseum. But that's what's going to be critical for us. I mean, job's important, housing's important. Somebody's not going to be in treatment for methamphetamine addiction for 60 days, and he gets kicked out and said, you're good to go. That's not going to work. Okay. It needs to be sustained, and we don't want to see him again. And so that's what needs to be in place. Now, a lot of people are working real hard on that, substance abuse specifically.
Yeah, okay. I have 2 more data requests that I'm just going to send by email, if that's okay.
Email them to me?
Yeah.
Can you filibuster on the email?
No, it will be very succinct on email.
But you can spend as long as you want on your email.
I got it. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you.
Have nothing
Thank you,
else.
Councilmember Owen. Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I appreciate the hard work that everyone's put into this report, and appreciate the hard work that our officers and our BPD is doing for our community. One of the slides I didn't see that in previous years we did have was youth assaults, and I didn't see that on there, and that's okay, because I'm not going to ask for additional data or any of that. But what I would like to ask is, on particularly the slide that showed that youth are being cited for tobacco use, I wanted to ask, where does the work of the SROs, the resource officers, at the school district, where does that data get incorporated into the data that we see in our annual reports? And where does that kind of data appear? Thank you.
Councilmember, the data that is generated by the SROs is included in all of our statistics. And they are sent to us by the supervisor and by the schools, and we assimilate them into the respective category. That's where all those tobacco violations and, I mean, the regular street officer, I'll bet you never writes that. That is a school resource officer doing that. So those things that you're seeing on the juvenile side, probably the great majority are SRO generated.
A follow-up for Mayor.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I do hope as we start moving forward and implementing the things we're working with the school district on in terms of getting kids connected and everything, that we do continue to think about including that data about youth, assaults on youth, assaults between youth, and kind of keep an eye on that. So if we can see that we're having an impact or where that impact is coming through. Thank you.
Okay, very good. I don't have anything, so council, if there's nothing else critical, we'll say goodbye to the chief and take a break and come back with our fire department report.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, chief. Council, it is 7:36. Let's aim to be back as close to 7:45 as possible. All right, well, welcome back, everyone. We'll continue with Chief Valdez, and after questions, any comments, we'll open for public comment. So, Chief.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Good evening. So I'll be pretty brief on this. I'll try to get through it quickly. 2023 was a very progressive and important year for the BFD and 911 Center. We made quite a few advancements through a lot of trial and error. Tonight, I'd like to share some of the stats from the calendar year and briefly what 2024 is shaping up to look like. And this is in no way all-inclusive of everything that was in that report. So if you haven't read the report, I would strongly encourage you to take a look at it and see what all of our folks did for 2023. This basically shows the call volume for us. We saw a slight dip in calls for service, both due to new dispatching protocols and a new service agreement with AMR, our partners for transporting EMS, to respond to basic life support calls designated as Alpha or Bravo without the response from fire. Approximately 500 to 600 calls for service went to AMR alone. In our old system, we would have responded along, adding to our total. Unfortunately, even with the change in how we deployed 2024, is shaping up to outpace last year's calls for service. And with that 18,810 calls for service, the total apparatus runs with that was 23,289, and I'll explain why that's important a little bit later. So with this slide, EMS still remains to be the lion's share of our calls for service. As we're all aware, we implemented 2 brand new programs during 2023, both the MRT program and the CREW program to relieve the pressure on the entire public safety system. But for calls for service in this category are still going to climb. On this, you have what we consider purely EMS calls. And what I mean by that is in the report, you'll notice that there's an other category. And in that other category is a combination of EMS and other disciplines, such as motor vehicle accidents with extrication, hazardous material type calls, lift assist that involve some type of EMS component to it. These particular stats on this page are purely EMS, and what I mean by that is chest pain, allergic reactions, strokes, things like that that did involve some other type of mechanism of injury. So with that, we had 10,033 total EMS. That's roughly 28 a day, 388 firefighter ride-ins, 410 medication interventions, 24 Narcan doses given. Those are for the opioid addictions. 112 CPRs with 42 return pulses and 2 babies delivered. Pretty proud of that one. On the 388 firefighter ride-ins, why that one is important is because we did discuss the EMS ordinance during the council retreat. And this one is a direct impact for that. Firefighter ride-ins essentially is when AMR calls for our service to ride into the hospital as they need our assistance. But what that does is that effectively shuts down a unit for us, whether that's a squad or an engine. That engine or squad goes out of service until we're able to recover our employee and get them back to their assigned unit. And so that affects the entire system when we have to shut something down. We have to move the chess pieces all around the city to make sure we're getting adequate coverage. This one, let's see, you can see the breakdown by response area, which station requires the most attention. 7, if you know, has the lowest calls for service on the year, but they have the longest travel time and turnaround time. In other words, it's out of service the longest per call and burns the most fuel and accumulates the most mileage purely by its expansive run area. Between fire stations number 7, which is on 54th and Grand, and station number 5, which is on 24th Street West in King, they both respond to what would be Station 9's area. Station 9's area, as a reminder, would be where the new reservoir is going to go, or 48th and Hesper-ish area or Silo Crossing. So between the two, they ran 1,719 calls in Station 9's area, which you can see actually exceeds 7's. Just to further break that down, of the 1,552 calls that 7 ran, 687 of those would have been in 9's area. And of the 3,376 calls that 5 ran, 1,032 of those were in 9's area. So it pulls those pieces of equipment out of their response areas, and of course adds to maintenance issues and things like that. Actually, this slide is it's really unremarkable. It's just to reiterate our peak times, if you will. For the last 3 decades plus, it's always been between the 3 to 5 p.m. time frame, and that's mostly due to end of work day, end of school day. People are stressed out, they're tired, accidents happen, kids are getting out of school and getting into things they probably shouldn't be, and so that's why it continues to be that same. Some things just never change. False alarms. Most of you remember in December of 21, a brand new false alarm ordinance was put into place. And this allows the Billings Fire Department to charge businesses where suppression crews respond to numerous false alarms. The fees charged to alarm system owners are intended as a deterrent, and as a mechanism to reduce unwanted false alarms. So in 2023, we had 567 total false alarms, which was its second full calendar year in existence. Of note, in 23, $45,750 in fines were given out, and whereas in 22, it was $44,750 in fines. So while almost flat, unfortunately, it's still trending negatively. It hasn't been much of a deterrent for us. In fact, if you look at 2024, between January, February, March, and April, you'll see that 2024 is already outpacing 22 and 23. So we're still compiling the data. And actually, I just got May's statistics this morning, and it's also outpacing the other 2 years. And so we may come back to council and ask for a change or an amendment to that ordinance to move to a progressive fine. Right now, the way the system is set up is you get 3 strikes, or excuse me, you get 2 freebies basically. On the 3rd one, you'll get a $250 fine. 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th continue to be $250. We'd like to look at maybe that being a progressive, because you've got some larger businesses that are, this doesn't really hurt the pocket, if you will, and so it's not a deterrent for them. They'll rack up 10, 11, 12, and then send in their check. And so maybe a different type of system could help deter some of this, along with public education as well. 911 by the numbers. Let's see, the center received from the county, this is every agency in the county, 292,791 calls received in 2023. Of those, 61,791 were considered emergent, so that's roughly 33 an hour, or 1 call every 1.8 minutes. The stats on the bottom are probably familiar to you. We talked about it during the budget presentation. The new radio system did get implemented in May. The new fire protocols got implemented last month as well, and the new police protocols actually go into effect tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. And then we'll do an update of the medical protocols in July. Of interest for that, the dispatch center deployed a total of 402,491 units for the calendar year. And that's roughly 46 units that are getting deployed an hour throughout the year. So pretty busy system. In summary, this slide probably looks familiar. This did come straight out of the budget presentation. And it's just to reiterate that this is the main focus for calendar year 24 and fiscal year 25. 2023 afforded us the opportunity to try a lot of different things. from new software to new protocols, deployment models, new training techniques. We made a few mistakes along the way, but we learned from every one of those. We have a new culture in the Billings Fire Department. That culture embraces change. Our approach now is one of trying new things and simply seeing if they work. We're in a state of constant evolution, and we'll use the new data findings to launch new programs and new ideas in search of the most effective and cost-efficient service that we can possibly provide. Told you it'd be quick. Questions?
Very good. We'll do the same. We'll start here and come this direction. So we'll start with Councilmember Boyette and then Councilmember Tisdale.
Thank you, Mayor. So the busiest people in the world have to be 911 operators. Can you tell me how's that working out? What's the organization? Are you able to hire, to keep people, just the package?
We are, we did have a rough go there. We did have a pretty rough patch during the COVID years. You hate to blame COVID for everything, but we experienced about a 50% hole in staffing. We just couldn't get them, but since we've changed our protocols and new software programs. So when I talk about the upgrade in the medical protocols, essentially though, it's a new algorithm, if you will, and takes a lot of the critical thinking out of their hands now. They're still critical thinkers, and we're actually talking about, now that we're close to full staffing, we're talking about making them a coordination and deployment center instead of just a call center. And that gives us more bang for the buck, if you will. They'll be able to have more capabilities. So we're going to increase their capabilities. So morale's gone up a little bit with this new software. Everyone's been pretty excited about what it's doing. And it also helps with response times as well. So it's a gigantic puzzle that's all starting to slowly come together. Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Tisdale.
Chief, with the false alarms, are they across the border? We have a couple of frequent flyers.
Yes, we do. Yes.
So that we can isolate the frequent flyers and maybe something to them.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Kennedy.
Chief, I want to thank you and the officers for coming to Memorial Day and putting up the flag. It was very, very nice, and a lot of veterans appreciated that, so thank you very much. And also your officers that came with the Billings Police and stood honor guard, so thank you very much on that.
Thank you for the invitation.
The question I have for you is, as we look at over time, as we look at a lot of these other things, can you explain to me what the shifts are for your officers?
Absolutely. So for the suppression crews, they're 24 hours on, 48 hours off. And that is a 27-day work cycle. So every third day, they're working a 24-hour shift. If you did the math in that 27-day cycle, that would be 9 24-hour shifts that they would work in that. As per contract, they get 2 of those off in a row. So they're working 7 of those. So 7 consecutively. So 24-hour on, 48 hours off. You do that 7 consecutive times, and then you drop 2 Kelly days. That's where that schedule comes from in that 27-day work cycle, which comes out to roughly 168 hours.
Thank you.
You bet.
Chief, the Center for Public Safety Management study, you made some allusion to response times. And I'll get the numbers wrong, but I do remember noting that we had a problem. We were not getting to calls as quickly as we thought we should, or by national standards, whatever the criteria was that we were using. And I remember that about half of the time for the response was between when a call came in and when somebody would actually leave the station. And then the other half was actually driving to the location. You said we're trying to cut that down. And it was taking about 3 to 4 minutes before a call came in, before anybody got in a car and left. Will we see some data on how we're doing on speeding up that process? And are we making significant changes or improvement in that area?
Great question. So to answer the actual drive time, there's not a whole lot we can do about that. That's just, because of strategic locations. But the shoot time, we're very excited about. You've heard me say it before, we've basically stripped that center down to the studs and started all over. Another piece that could potentially come our way is our station alerting system. And that system in and of itself is a simple push button system that we, in theory, should be able to trim at least 45 seconds off the average call. And so we're pretty excited about getting that up and running potentially here in the next 6 months, maybe 6 months.
Okay, great. I know that's an issue that's out there, and so maybe we could get a more detailed report on that issue at some point, whatever is appropriate. Councilmember Joy?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. And I appreciate that the importance of what our fire department does can be measured down to 45 seconds. Oh, that's a very important thing, and I appreciate the hard work in putting your report together. I had a question that Councilmember Tidswell asked, and you pretty much answered, but I was wondering if some of this increase in the false alarm was just from more people. Is it residential? I guess the question is it more residential or commercial? And I was wondering if it's just a matter of more people installing alarm systems in their homes. Thank you.
We do not enforce residential. We only enforce commercial. And we think it could be the increased development and new businesses coming into town. A lot of construction, remodel. Unfortunately, with all the education we put out there, we try to let the contractors know, if you're going to be changing something out or anything that's going to fool with your system, please call the 911 center first so that we know what's taking place at a particular address. But oftentimes that goes by the wayside. They don't do it, and then we end up having to respond anyway.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Just a little follow-up. I remember back, my memory isn't that great, but I remember back when we talked about this false alarm charge. At that time, did we choose not to use residential, or was it only suggested that we do commercial properties? Thank you.
Yeah, it was suggested we only do commercial properties because we don't enforce or have the jurisdiction to enforce, correct me if I'm wrong, fire marshal. Our brand new fire marshal, by the way. Huge learning curve. I just wanted to give him his props. He is figuratively drinking from the fire hose and learning his new position. So, but to answer your question, we do not have enforcement over residential. So it really wasn't an option.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rowan?
Thank you, Mayor. So you mentioned the impact that Fire Station 9 could potentially have, but the newly opened Fire Station 8 didn't get a mention. So tell me what your plans are at this point for Fire Station 8.
Okay, so excited about Station 8. That was a blessing. That fell into our laps. Way ahead of schedule with that. Essentially, we're just waiting for staffing. Whenever the city's ready for staffing, it'll be considered fully operational at that point with an engine company. Right now, we're running the squad out of there and crew. And mostly because those are strategic. It is a phenomenally strategic location for us. So for every 9 calls that 6 runs, Station 6 at the top of the heights is running, Station 8 with 22's numbers and 23's numbers, we'll probably get 5 of those calls. And so right off the bat, whenever that's fully functional, we'll take a lion's share of the heights calls.
So one of the issues we talked about when Station 8 was sort of reopened was the potential impact of traffic on Lake Elmo. You know, we kind of have neighborhood concerns up and down Lake Elmo. Are you in Public Works still working through that conversation of how we make that a very deployable fire station and not have traffic issues?
Absolutely. In fact, Mac and I have had conversations about that. Last time we spoke was probably about 6 months ago. They did do a study and assured us that right now we're not needing large signals or things like that. We'll probably start with baby steps. But again, until we get an engine in there, it's not that big of a concern for us.
And then last, no mention tonight of the crew.
No, I'm sorry, what was that?
No mention tonight of the crew.
Oh.
So any highlights you want to share with us?
Again, wildly successful. I wish I did bring stats. I thought you guys would be sick of me talking about crew and MRT. So I did glaze over that pretty quickly, but I can tell you that wildly successful. Good partnership with Rimrock so far. There's still some things that we have to work through, but there is discussion for a later date of expansion. I know that PD has been asking for 24-hour coverage, which we're not able to provide at this point. We're 12 hours, 7 days a week right now. But PD loves it. Our folks love it. We're getting a lot of unintended benefits from it. A lot of secondary things that are taking place. It's taken a lot of the, I'm drawing a blank right now, APS and CPS stuff out of our hands that we actually tried to handle for years. When I came over as the assistant chief, I was in charge of all the APS complaints and CPS complaints and trying to follow up on those. And so now crew is doing, they're way above us in as far as expertise when it comes to that. And so that's a great relief for us as well. So that's just one example of many.
So, and this is my last question. If money were to fall out of the sky, could you staff a 24-hour unit at this point, or do we kind of need to give it a little time?
Yes.
Yes.
I would say both, actually. A little bit more time to gather a little bit more data, but I wouldn't say too much more time. And we could staff, yeah.
Very good. Thank you. Councilman Bernice?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I was at the open house for Station 8. It's great. It's a great facility, and like you said, I think you said a new station is going to cost $12 million. We were into it for 1.2. So you guys did a great job identifying that and then put it together. So as far as the capital investment, that's been a great job. You guys, yeah, it's amazing. And it looks great. I mean,
thank you.
Yeah, it looks really nice.
That's facilities, and the assistant chief that just retired, they spearheaded that. We let them go, and they had the vision, and it turned out pretty nice. So thank you.
Okay. And regarding the false alarms, everyone's going to be talking about those tonight, but is that something, I mean, we targeted commercial, is that something that commercials are required to have that? Is that part of the building code, or are they just opting in that? Okay. So is there something we can maybe get with the building code department or building to really kind of emphasize something this to help prevent some of this as well? Because when they're putting in, they're required to put in these alarms, maybe they need to also indicate something that you guys can maybe educate that or put a piece of something into what they're doing. Anyway, that's just my thought, because if we need to cross-departmentalize, get some things to kind of help solve this issue. Because I agree with you that we probably need to go to progressive fines, but I also would like to try and stop it on the front end if we can.
Yeah. I agree. I do have my expert here. Jamie, I don't know if you want to comment on that as far as our relationship with building. Outside of general public education, I'm not sure how much more we can, without beating someone over the head and saying, stop pushing that button or stop messing with this thing that causes the alarm to go off. I'm not sure what else we can do, but maybe, Jamie, you might have.
Yeah, so some of the biggest, we mentioned this before, the biggest routine false alarm violators tend to be the same businesses, and they know that they're having those false alarms come in. They have so much construction that's going on, they don't know how to get out from underneath it, and then they honestly just pay the fine and they're not even worried about it. I mean, we're at like the 13, 14, 15 times they get a false alarm. They just sign off on it. Now, some of the stuff that's come up that we've actually addressed with some of like the nursing homes is they'll have cooking. Their alarm will go off because they're actually cooking food and they have burnt food, so then we'll respond to it. And then they're having issues with us responding for them cooking fires. But the way the false alarm ordinance reads, if the fire department responds and there's not an emergency when we get there, that's triggered as a false alarm. So we have multiple people that are burning food, and they're calling, they're saying, we had an apartment complex 2 weeks ago, they had 4 people burning food in it that week. And so that that triggers false alarms. And so we're kind of working with the public when we've sat down, and we'll go to these nursing homes and we'll have conversations with them, and we'll explain to them, hey, if you're burning food, this can become a problem, so pay attention to it. But nobody intends to burn food, right? And so some of that stuff, most of the, I would say 90 to 95% of all the false alarms that we run on are preventable, and they know that. It just ends up happening. People don't put their system in test, or they forget, or they try to, and then it's just a user malfunction where they realize that they didn't actually do that. I've had that quite a few times. It's people burning food, and then it's the big businesses that they just eat the fine, it doesn't matter. That takes up a majority of those false alarms.
So what are some of these large businesses, and when you say contractors and building, who's the top offender?
Some of the big top ones are the hospitals, because they're constantly doing new construction. So when they're doing new construction, a lot of times that creates dust, or they need to put services in test. They forget to put services for a multitude of reasons. The big businesses that are constantly under construction contribute to a lot of the false alarms that we run on. So those are the more routine than just about any of the other ones. And that's another thing too, those smoke detectors are a lot more sensitive than the heat detectors. So we'll go in and then we'll recommend them swapping smoke detectors out with heat detectors, so the dust doesn't actually trigger the alarm. It would actually need heat to set the building off. And so we've recommended that. Some of them take us up on it, some of them don't. But.
Okay, thank you. And then, Chief, one more question. It's been a while since we've looked at the bus, the rate with the county and agreement. Do you know when that renews? And can you speak to how much of this traffic is, are we going out to the bus versus, the charges that we're charging them? Is it more than paying for itself?
This is something that we decided to review here recently. It just renewed last June 30th, actually, for another 5-year stint, but we're reviewing it right now. What I can tell you is BUFSA only accounts, and I don't know why, that number has been flat for years, probably 4 or 5 years, but it's been at about 800 calls a year. And Station 7 at 54th and Grand gets the lion's share of those calls, probably upwards of 650. And I was thinking about the question that you and Councilmember Boyette had for me last Thursday on why that response time was so high at 7:45, and it just dawned on me that more than half of 7's calls is going out in the BUFSA. That's why that number is so high. But having said that, while the numbers have remained flat and hasn't really increased our attention, if you will, what's causing us the heartburn is that the city is getting busier and it's getting harder for us to get out into the BUFSA.
Okay. And then would you mind go back to slide 4?
Yep.
This is a slide where you indicated kind of where some of the station, I believe it was 5, it's going out to 9 and potential 9 and that, and I think you just said, was it Station 5 also going to BUFSA?
If 7's not available, yes.
Yeah, okay. And so I think it would be helpful for us to know, at least me to know, when you're looking at, okay, so like Station 6, 2,900 or 2,979 calls, I mean, how much of that could have been Station 8? Or if it went Station 5, was there, how many did they cover for Station 7? And so that we can understand really that how this station really is not, is needing to be elsewhere and how we need to cover different areas. Anyway, that just kind of gives me an idea, because then we know which station is being overwhelmed with a lot of outside area calls. And that's, so anyway, that's just a thought when we look at the data. It's a lot of calls, but with finding it is they're really not servicing their area. They're having to go jump somewhere else.
And so to your point, we are literally working with Paul Arndt in GIS right now. And he has done some new map overlays for us and created 8 and 9's area. Now, even though they're not in existence, those areas will be created for us so that we can get you better data. And
it'd be great to see that where we cover. Thank you.
Yep.
Very good. Thank you. Councilmember Gulak.
Yes, thank you. Similar to what my comment was for police chief, I think having per capita data is useful for the year over year, like the call volume. That would be probably helpful to see that also on a per capita basis. I mean, I think it's good to have an absolute basis as well. Question I have, maybe it's not in slide 3, but it's, that slide 3 has a lot of the numbers there. I guess I'm interested in number of structure fires that you're responding to versus vehicular crashes. Is any idea of the relative weight of those that?
The overall percentage?
Yeah.
So the overall percentage, that has also remained flat. It's between 1% and 2% for all fires.
Okay.
Whether that's vehicle fire, structure fire, grass fire, dumpster fire. It's between 1% and 2% of our total calls for service.
And how about vehicular crashes?
So that falls in the other category. And I don't have a breakdown for that for you, but I can absolutely email that to you and the rest of the council if you're interested.
I think it's typically somewhat higher, though, than the number of structural fires. Is that safe to say? Yeah. I think we do an excellent job with our fire marshals in terms of prevention, in terms of buildings, both in the design of buildings. That's what I'm most familiar with, but also just public education on that. I think where we can, on the prevention side, work more is also, there is such a wealth of data on SEPTED and other things in terms of how we design our streets that can make them safer as well. For many years, it was the fire marshal that was requiring very wide streets, but then that ended up making people are much more inclined to speed on that. You have more crashes, and so there's more things for the fire emergency services to respond to. We did have recently the transportation planner Laura Maddox is there, involved with the heading up the traffic safety plan a few years back. It was really good in terms of having public safety involved with that. Part of the Vision Zero that MDT was putting out, I do recall being very frustrated, though, that street and road design was taken off the table as one of the solutions that MDT was having. I think per comment that Councilmember Rupsis mentioned, it's really good to have, I think we should have both the police and fire emergency services at the table when we're talking about subdivision regs, and we can have a real role for emergency services to be involved in prevention there. So anyhow, just having that, some of the data of where are we spending all of our time, and what can we, in terms of responses, and where can we be involved in prevention. I think there's a role for you and your fire marshal.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. 2 babies delivered in the field. As someone who almost accidentally had a baby at home, I commend you, and I'm sure those moms were very glad to have your team show up. I am also supportive of a progressive move or whatever. Readjusting the false alarm ordinance sounds like it's not working as intended, so my recommendation, please bring it back. My question for you is, at the Fire Station 8 ribbon cutting, which amazing, beautiful building, I hope there's another open house at some point so our community can get in to see it. I had the chance to talk with one of the clinicians from the crew, and just asking a bunch of general questions. And so I'm curious from your perspective in terms of the ability to retain that partnership with Rimrock, if we need to be looking in the future at bringing those positions in-house. I mean, again, this is a find a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow question, but in terms of your perspective, 6 months in, should we be thinking about that for the future? Would that make life easier for crew, make it easier to expand, or not?
So this is kind of going to Councilmember Owens' question, if I had all the money in the world. I enjoy partnerships to help achieve the goal and the mission, which is the best we can possibly do for public safety. But having said that, I also would rather do things in-house. And the reason I say that is because if you want something done right, you do it yourself. And so I would entertain that if that was ever a possibility, to bring those in-house, just to have operational control. There's some smaller issues. Like I said, it's not perfect. There's a few ripples in there, but I think those are things that if that was brought in-house could be taken care of rather quickly.
Okay, thank you. That was kind of my sense. I could tell they were, I was just asking a bunch of questions. So, but one thing that it just seemed to make sense to me, if they're spending all their time with this team, why not actually be part of the team? So for council for the future, I think it's something we should continue to talk about. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Rupsis.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, with that 10,033 total EMS, if it's in that number, is it something that an MRT could or did respond to, or does that overlap with other things that, requires an engine to go to?
So it just depends on who's available. We've moved to proximity dispatching, and so whatever unit is closest.
But theoretically, any of those 10,033 could be responded to by an MRT if they were available?
Correct. The MRTs do have a paramedic and an officer on. Their main focus is EMS.
Right.
These particular calls were high acuity calls. In other words, they fell in the Charlie Delta Echo categories, meaning chest pains, strokes, allergic reactions.
So do you know how many of those 1033 were actually responded to with MRT? Do you know the total MRT calls?
So in 23, let's see if I can jog my memory here. Squad 1 did respond to roughly 2,400 calls. And Squad 2 got a late start in that fiscal year and responded to about 1,000 of those. So roughly 3,000 of those calls would have been by.
All right, so we've got a lot of growth in our MRTs to take off, almost 50+%
Sure.
of any calls. Cool. Thank you.
Good, thank you, Councilor Boyette. Okay, so we're good. Okay, well, thank you, Chief. Much appreciated. We'll open for public comment. If there's anybody who'd like to comment on either the report from the police department or the fire department, please come forward. Just, the routine. Ask
Thank you.
for 3 minutes and name.
I would like to go back to the public safety presentation. Catherine Card, 2815 4th Avenue North. Mayor and Council, Chief St. John, in one of his graphs in his presentation, the breakdown of physical arrests by race, it uses percentage of physical arrests compared by race. Instead of that, and what it does is kind of misrepresent what's actually going on, I think. On this chart, it says that, that there are like 59% white were arrested, compared to 29% of Native American. Well, within the whole population, there are only 6% Native American. So you're looking at, and if he's trying to make that a proof of not profiling, that's not proof of it. The same thing with black, part of the population that is black, is 0.5%, and his percent of arrests is 5%. So that definitely does not prove that there hasn't been profiling. One of the other things that needs to be considered, I believe, not just trying to prove it by numbers, but to prove that in treatment of other races, that there is some accountability to how people are treated. One of the things that I mentioned to Chief St. John just now was that incident on April 30th of the shooting of the man with the machete. I my question is, what is done within the department to prepare people to de-escalate and to deal with folks of different races and different cultures and people under exceptional stress because they've been living on the streets for a long time. They're hungry, they're mentally ill, they've not been taking their medicine. How has the department worked to learn to de-escalate those kinds of situations rather than shooting him? I don't know all the circumstances, but there were 7 officers there with one man with a machete. I myself, in my alley, have not confronted, but been confronted by someone with a machete. And I myself, little old me, was able to handle that situation. I don't know all the situations of that particular incident, but that the police handled, but I know that it can be potentially done. And I really, I guess my suggestion is that you be really aware what these numbers represent or don't represent, and ask more questions on the numbers, but also to really think for our police department, what is the training that people are receiving on understanding other races, other cultures, and people especially with mental illness. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment on item number 3? No one's coming forward. We'll close the public comment period. That concludes at item number 3. Last item, except for updates at the end, is our subdivision regulation updates. So, Chris, back to you, or David, or
Yeah, I'm sure we've got some slides.
Laura, or Anna, or some
I think
combination.
we're going to pull the slides up and.
Good evening. I'm here to go through the proposed amendments and additions and subtractions of subdivision regulations. This has been quite a process as we've been doing this, and a lot of meetings and a lot of other things going on. So let's begin. There's 3 basic changes to these subdivisions, the regulations, because the legislature generally adds or changes things in the process of how you do a subdivision. We decided that it was a good time to update our subdivision regulations in other ways because we do have some outdated requirements in there that we don't use anymore, and I'm going to go through some of those. So change in statutes, there's been some other processes for subdivisions that the legislature now requires. We moved to proposing to move some regulation from our currently adopted zoning code into subdivision code where it makes sense. It has to deal with roads and blocks and layout like that, where you're actually determining that when you're doing the subdivision, not after you're doing with your zoning. And then changes to subdivision regulations requested by other city departments. So I'm going to go through this sections at a time. Some sections there's nothing happened, and other sections quite a bit happened. So in section 100 in city code, they're done in the 100s. No changes to the part of that subdivision regulations. That goes into details about what gives us their rights and abilities to do subdivision through state statutes. So that didn't change at all. Section 200 are our definitions. Definitions just define different processes and different things within the subdivision regulations. We have new definitions for the new legislature changes, the way subdivisions are done. We've added more information about some items. For example, one of the biggest additions was to clearly define multimodal trail types. Parkland, we've always had a question when developers are asking about parkland and what is an amenity, and that has never been defined. And this, we have now added in our definitions a short list of some possible amenities that can be used as a reference to what the Parks Department would be looking for with park amenities. And the definitions have also been updated to reflect new terms for different ways of processing subdivisions. An example, the state took a process that we already used and named it the same, so that made it so we had to rename another process. So in section 3, it gets into the subdivision review process. There was a lot of cleanup on this one, basically because the entire section told you how many paper copies you needed to submit for each step in the process. We do not take paper anymore, it's all done electronically. And so there was a lot taken out so that we just know people knew that we submit electronically and that we don't want your paper. Expedited review. This is one of the terms that the state used. We were using somewhere else, but I'll get to that in a minute. So this is one of the new processes, expedited review for certain subdivisions. Any number of lots qualify, 35 total working days to process, but they have to meet certain criteria and do all the upfront meetings before submitting for that 35 work days. So in other words, they have to do the pre-application meeting. They still have to do the completeness and sufficiency review. They still have to submit it for the department to review them, different departments. So that would be the fire, engineering, public works, police, all the other departments that review those to see if everything's in there that is supposed to be in there. We have our departmental review meeting where we come back, get back together with them and go over the different changes and things they need to update and to correct. And then they have a week to resubmit. And then when they finally do resubmit it, that is when your 35 days starts. Major subdivisions still are required to go to public hearing with the planning board. So it would go to public hearing through the planning board system as currently is done, and then it comes before the governing body. So it sounds the same as the other process, but it does shorten it a little bit on the end with your 35 days to get it in front of the governing board or governing body. Minor subdivisions qualifying for administrative review. So they can now submit a minor subdivision, which is 5 lots or fewer. Final decision to approve, conditionally approve, or deny is determined by staff. Staff would be the people I just mentioned with the previous process. Make sure everything is there as it should be and it's supposed to be. Once that decision is made, planning staff sends a letter to all property owners whose property is immediately adjoining the land included in the preliminary plat. So in other words, all the neighbors would be notified. If and only if a party that receives one of those letters objects to the decision that was made, then in writing they ask that the subdivision go before a governing body, in which case the planning department would put it on the schedule for city council review and approval, conditional approval or denial. So then we get to what was formerly known as our expedited review, which was to create 1 or 2 lots. We now have what's called an abbreviated review. So the abbreviated review is the original expedited review process, which means you do a pre-app meeting, a completeness and sufficiency review, submit for comments, and then it does not have a preliminary approval. It goes straight to Mylars and is recorded. All right, section 400 is our development requirements. And here's where some of the bigger issues came forward with when we went to the public and engineering and developers and other people. And we'll go through those. But like I said, we talked about one of the biggest changes in this section is we are proposing to remove the requirements out of zoning that tell you how big your blocks are supposed to be, how big the streets are, how long your blocks are, move them into subdivision where you're actually designing the layout of your subdivision rather than have it be in zoning where it's something that you worry about as you could proceed with your subdivision. We did have a public hearing with the planning board on the 26th, at which time the planning board delayed for 60 days. Since that time, we've had 2 other meetings, one on April 23rd and one on May 7th. Both meetings were attended to those by the public. The main topic of discussion in those meetings is lighting in a residential neighborhood. We've had the biggest concern is extra costs to the purchasers of the land, because as one developer flat out told us that we have to be realistic, these costs will be passed on to the purchasers of the property. So that was the biggest concern, was those costs. On their staff report, there's been several things attached that we provided for them for lighting. So we had some information from Northwest Energy on the different light systems that they use. You may have seen this one on your attached report, different lighting. And then Public Works, Mr. Fogelsong provided also subdivision lighting concepts that go over 3 different ways of doing it: private contract, Northwest Energy lighting their district, or it could be done with a special improvement district. And so let's go over what's being proposed. Streetlights shall be designed by a licensed professional engineer in accordance with the American National Standard Practice for Roadway Lighting, RP8, current edition. So light fixture configuration have full cutoff optics so that it doesn't glare into people's houses, into their front living rooms area or the front of the house. The light that is being required is an LED light. The mercury vapor is not allowed, as well as any other thing other than the LED lighting. LED lighting, of course, is a lot more efficient, especially with electricity use, and can be generally regulated with brightness and things a lot easier. Street light mounting height not to exceed 30 feet above the grade. And exceptions to that would be traffic signals, other traffic safety control devices, or historic street lights. If they want to have a district with historic street lights, that may change some of the requirements to meet with street light requirements. So we'll move on to the next. Another thing that was brought up was permanent cul-de-sac streets may not represent more than 20% of total roadway miles in a subdivision unless approved by a variance. Exceptions that to this do not require a variance but can be approved administratively. Those exceptions are infill, where dead-end cul-de-sac is the only viable option. It may be a vacant lot surrounded completely by other development that's already taken place, and there's no way to connect. And so that would be one thing that would make it so that it's not required to do a variance. We do have in the heights, you'll find a lot of narrow, long, wide lots. Then some of them can be quite long, but it would be the same scenario. You haven't got the possibility of connecting to them, having a second way out, because your lot may be only 120 feet wide, but it could be 200 feet deep. And so that doesn't work to try to have one way in and one way out on a 120-foot frontage. So that would be the other scenario. An 1,000-foot dead end is the maximum allowed, or topography just flat out doesn't allow you to put in a grid type system in the lot that you're proposing to develop. The last meetings we had with this one, developers were happy with this because they liked the fact that there were exceptions that had been taken into consideration. And so it made it so that they were a workable thing. And 20% is actually a fairly high number. So for example, if you had just put in 1 mile of roadway, you're still looking at, you've got over 1,000 what is it? Here, I wrote it down. 1,056 lineal feet of cul-de-sacs. A lot of cul-de-sacs are between 150 and 200 feet long. So that would still, if they were 200 feet long, you've still got 5 cul-de-sacs. Plus, the other thing that brought this up is cul-de-sacs have a tendency to have parking issues. There isn't a flat street frontage that allows you to park your cars, so people have a tendency to park nose in next to their house. And then you have problems, as one of our board members said, who was a firefighter for his career. They're difficult to get into, and it makes it so sometimes you're trying to get to a house that you have to do 2 or 3 car lengths away from it to even get to their front driveway. So they're a problem for emergency vehicles. Ambulances have difficulty sometimes because some of the subdivisions with cul-de-sacs, they don't have access that's in cleared out areas, so that it makes it easy for the trucks to get in. Sometimes the cul-de-sac is full enough that the truck has to pull in and then back out, which defeats the purpose of being able to turn around on the end of those. And fire regulations have 150-foot maximum before you have to provide a turnaround. So if that cul-de-sac's 200 feet long and they have to back out, they are not particularly fond of that option. The other problems that they do have with those, you have fewer people on the infrastructure, the sewer lines, the water lines, and they have a tendency to cost a little bit more. Realtors have said that cul-de-sac properties generally sell for more money because of the infrastructure costs to get them put in there, as well as it's a bigger lot because it's hard to split those lots up without having them being fairly large because of the fact they are on a circle end rather than a straight end. This is also to help encourage some connection to neighborhoods. If they have fewer cul-de-sacs but they have temporary dead ends until it develops next to them, that connection can be made where the subdivisions are connected to one another, so that we don't have subdivision islands created where you have to go out of your subdivision, get on arterial street to get to the next subdivision to go visit the neighbor who lives 2 streets over. So that's part of that. And like I said, our developers were happy with this option when we got done with it. Section number 5, 500. A few years ago in the 2017, or no, 2021. Anyway, phasing has been something that we've always been able to do, phasing a subdivision. So somebody master plans their subdivision, says they're going to do it in 3 phases, gets a final plat, builds the first phase with final plat because that gives them the ability, and then phase 2 is put on until a later time. Once they get that done, they could open that up. Well, then after that, phasing went from you do the same thing, but now to open a phase, you have to go to a public hearing. At that public hearing, all the neighbors get to come back and if there are new issues that are created that cause some problems that need to be addressed, it allows for additional conditions to be placed on the subdivision. Well, with the 2023 legislature, they decided to modify that a bit. And if you complete all of your phases within 5 years from when you do final plat, you don't have to go through the public hearing process, and there's no possibility of additional conditions. If you go past that 5 years, any phase that's gone past that 5 years, then you fall back into the having to do a public hearing to open the phase. And that was House Bill 0211. So they've modified their phasing a little bit to make it so it's not quite what it was previously and originally done. So here we have section 6, development providing multiple spaces for rent or lease, recreational vehicles, mobile homes, manufactured parks. This section, there was a few edits to clarify existing requirements and update reference to fire code. And that was it. Section 700, cluster developments and planned neighborhood developments. Minor edits for clarity on cluster developments. A cluster development, just to give you an idea what that is Cluster development is if you have, let's say you have 10 acres, but 3 of that acres is wetland, you are allowed to cluster your development up to the area that is not a wetland, put the wetland in a easement that is that way for in perpetuity, so it can't ever be developed or filled in or anything like that. And then it makes for a little tighter density in the front area or in the back area, depending on where your wetland is. In my time here with the city, we've done one. Planned neighborhood developments, that is covered in the new zoning, and we are proposing to remove that from subdivision. It's no longer needed to be in both places, and the zoning covers it much more thoroughly than the subdivision regulations have ever done. Section 23-800, condominiums and townhomes, there is no change. 2300-900, the environmental assessment, there are no changes to this section. The city does not require environmental assessments because of the state statute tells us that if there is an area that is part of a planning document and there is zoning in place, an environmental assessment is not required. This generally will apply to county. Section 10, dedication of parks, trails, and open spaces. This section was clarified to give more definitions and more idea of what's allowed in parkland. In some of the previous things we've had where we've had requests for a minimum of 1 acre. If you have a subdivision that's a major plat just surely because of the fact it has 7 lots, 1 acre would be probably about a third of your entire subdivision. So it wasn't a feasible request or requirement. The requirement for parkland dedication is set up by the state, and we have been following that ever since they came up with those numbers, and those have not been modified in the subdivision regulations. So the new parks director has given more definition on what's acceptable as a parkland and what isn't, and that is in this in that section of the subdivisions. The other thing that came up was street frontage requirements on a park. The city has parks that have many different street frontages. One of the most restrictive ones we have has 20-foot wide trail that goes into a fairly nice large area, but nobody knows that park exists. And the Parks Department has a terrible time getting equipment to it to mow it because 20 feet is barely wide enough to get some of their mowers down. And then we have other parks that are older, of course, that have lots of street frontage and are wide open to the neighborhood. But the language in the subdivision regulations has never defined what is required for street frontage. And that's why we've had so many different things provided. So the Parks Department has asked for a requirement of 200 continuous lineal feet for a 1 acre park and 30 feet frontage for every acre after that. So their example, the 30 feet don't have to be continuous to the original 200, but if it's a 5 acre park, 200 lineal feet of open space for the frontage to make the face of the park, 4 30-foot openings, that would be bike trails coming in from the preference would be if there were bike trails or walking trails coming in from other areas of the subdivision rather than everybody having to walk around to one side to get to the 200 feet. And minimum width of access to parks shall be 30 feet. The minimum width for access to the park will be 30 feet, and that's the trails. If the parkland dedication is required is under 1 acre, which is actually quite common in our subdivision regulations because you're only developing 20 acres, you're not going to be giving 1 acre of parkland according to state statute. So the option was proposed that in that scenario, if you were to have a 20,000 square foot requirement for your parkland dedication, that you take that 20,000, divide it by 43,560, which is an acre of land, which equals 46%. 200 times 46% is 92 feet of frontage, with a minimum of 60 feet opening, a minimum of a 60-foot opening, no matter what. So the smallest you can have is 60 feet, but it can vary anywhere between 60 and 200 based on the actual square footage you are providing for your parkland. Administrative provisions. There was one edit to the city subdivision regulations to remove a reference to the county. And then the appendices, we have originally in our appendices were all paper copies of an SIA, your application for subdivision, certificate of certification for opening a phase, release of a phase, all those different things like that. And we are proposing to remove those templates from the appendices, and the only thing we'd be leaving in there is reference to the evasion criteria. There are certain criteria that are met that you have to make sure that they're not trying to evade subdivision by doing, let's say, an exempt plat, for example. One of the things that the legislation changed was a family transfer is now allowed within a platted subdivision. It used to be that a family transfer was only allowed on a, what do they call those? A parcel of record. In other words, a certificate of survey or a parcel that was defined by meets and bounds. But it was not allowed within a subdivision that had been platted. They now allow family transfers. That's been allowed now to, if you've got a subdivision where you've got 1 acre, you want to split it in half, you can now do that and gift or sale to a family member. And that's now allowable. So that was actually, I think, a good move on their part. And that is all there is to the different sections of the subdivision regulations. We did have other things that our subdivision meetings, we had handouts that we gave to people, pros and cons of cul-de-sac streets, and I've attached those to your staff report. Proposed for access to public parks and the requiring street lights. Street lights, like I say, was a hot topic. And engineering did a really good job of providing us with information on costs of street lights that have actually been installed in the city of Billings. Street lights were historically a requirement in Billings, and I don't know where that requirement was removed, but strangely enough, I have some ancient documents from the 70s and 80s that show that our subdivision regulations used to require streetlights.
Okay.
Open to questions.
All right, very good. Questions? Councilmember Kennedy and Councilmember Owen?
I just have a procedural question. Sure. Real quick. This is not the only meeting we're going to talk about this, right?
No.
Okay.
It's got to come, we have to the next meeting that I come to, the city council is required to hold a public hearing.
I don't want to go right to a business meeting. I'm hoping we have another work session. And that will tone down the number of questions I go through tonight.
We should talk about that, and staff can be looking about a second work session bite. It depends a little bit how much confusion or how many questions we have. But we'll start with Councilmember Kennedy. Had this direction?
You know, if we're going to have another work session on this.
And that has not been decided, it's just there's been a request for it.
Okay, because I just wanted to know about the street lighting, but I'd like to get into further on it, but I'm not going to do that tonight. Thank you.
Okay.
And just because of lateness of the hour is what you're thinking? No questions. Chris, that's going to impact how much depth we get into this tonight. Normally I'd say, well, let's get her done, right? But the hour is late. Do you know what the odds of coming back to this at a work session are?
If that's the council's preference, that's exactly what we'll do. The request, I think, would be to understand, okay, what pieces do you want to tackle tonight and give us direction on? Or, how do you want to split it up if you want another work session? So that we know we're prepared for that one, and we can, if you think it's too late in the hour to get very far tonight, then would you say you want 3 hours for the next one? Or is there one or two of these topics you want to tackle tonight and leave a couple topics for the next one?
So maybe Dave, or you can address what's driving the timing here. I assume we've got subdivisions out there that will, if we don't get these changed, obviously, and some of them are statutorily mandated, so we don't want to be sitting on our hands very long. So.
I'm going to say the statutorily mandated ones we are already making use of because they were put into effect the first of the year.
So you're following the state law even if our ordinances are inconsistent with the state law?
Yes.
Okay. So that part's addressed at least. But okay, well, council, I'd still encourage you to get into identify important issues and even a little bit of the substance. I can be here for 3 hours if you want. So, Councilmember Rufus?
Yeah, I guess just more of a general question. There was a statement in the staff memo, and I actually wrote this down because it kind of struck me. It says, the development community is the most directly affected by the changes proposed to the regulations. Now, the development community is definitely affected during the development process, but the residents of Billings, and we tried to pass budgets and set rates and all that kind of stuff. I mean, all of us, which of course includes developers if they live in the city, the residents are affected most by these regulations. So I'm wondering, I know there was a public meeting that was, I think, primarily targeted at developers down at the library. I was actually there. I stood in the back and listened to the conversation. It was interesting, but it was all developers. So where do we have general public involvement in this whole process? There are a lot of issues here. When we went through the zoning or the recode, I mean, there were tons of public meetings and lots of public involvement and that kind of stuff. And this kind of has gone under the radar for the most part. Is it because we're not doing a huge update, or?
I can answer that if you would like.
Please.
When we notified people, it was notified out not just to developers and engineers. We sent out we have a listserv that has over 180 people on it. We also put out publications in a newspaper of circulation, which would be the Yellowstone County meeting. It was on our Facebook page. We put it on the face of our personal planning page. All the meetings that we had, everyone was invited. So it was notified out to, and we had a meeting on February 13th. We had a meeting on March 12th. We had a meeting on March 26th. We had a meeting on May 23rd. We had a meeting on April 23rd, we had a meeting on May 7th. So we've had 5 public meetings where people have participated, and we've always notified as many people as we possibly could.
The public meetings were the planning board meetings?
Well, the April 23rd and May 7th were not planning board. They were just we've got 2 hours, we're going to discuss this. And so that was open to the public, those 2 meetings. The planning board meeting, there was 2 of those. There was one on March 26th, and there was one on May 29th, and both of those were public hearings where people came and participated. And so we've been...
What kind of public participation did we get on those 2 meetings that weren't the one in the library where pretty much just developers were there? And
the one in the library was the most heavily attended.
Right. There were about, 30 or 40 people there, primarily all developers. What were the other meetings?
The planning board meeting, we had probably down to 4 or 5 people. The second public meeting we had on May 7th actually only had about 3 people come.
Okay.
So, I mean, we have tried to do our participation, get the public involved, but
All right.
there's only so much we can do.
Okay, I would just ask, I would definitely second the, we need to have another work session conversation about this. And before we have that, could we get a copy of the subdivision regulations with the red lines? It seems like we always get that.
They're
for
on the
other kind of-
website.
I haven't
on our
been able to
planning-
find them.
On our
I've
planning
not been able
board,
to find them.
under planning.
I'm sorry, so they should have been addressed in the staff
we can-
memo, and
We
that
can
would be
put the
helpful for the next
hyperlink
time.
in the memo for our next
Thank you.
conversation.
Okay, Councilmember Shaw?
Thank you. I would second, I think it's personally too late for us to dive into this and spend an hour or two or three or whatever. I guess my question for Chris and Kevin is, could we have a public hearing on this where we are not asked to vote on it, but as a way to, we can public come, we will hear your comments. We're not actually making a decision tonight, but this is another opportunity for the public to engage. Just a hybrid work session, public hearing combo, but make it explicit that we're not making a decision tonight. But we will entertain a public hearing. I think that could be really beneficial. That'd be my recommendation.
My only comment there is I don't know what that looks like legally.
I don't
mean,
either. That's why I'm asking.
Opportunity for people to come, but what we
Sure.
could do is do a bigger job of advertising it, that it's on the work session, public invited, blah, blah, blah.
And maybe
I
if it's
suppose.
not the fourth of several weighty topics, it's
Yeah, put it
more
toward
toward
the
the
front of the
beginning.
meeting.
Yes, I think that
Wait
would
around as
be
long.
helpful.
Sure, that would make sense. Councilmember Gillick?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I guess I didn't realize that this was like we've been talking for over a year that we needed to overhaul our subdivision regulations, and I was looking forward to kind of somehow being involved. And I feel like I'm fairly involved in the community, right? I'm in the council, but I didn't really know quite what was going on, I guess. And so I guess maybe that's on me, but I do feel like there are things I would like to see happen in the subdivision regs as well, that I am supportive of what I've seen that you've accomplished here with the park's frontage. I'm supportive of the streetlights. I'd like to see more city-owned rather than the Northwestern Energy as we go forward in terms of ownership of those. I think there's, and I was also supportive of kind of what I saw with the cul-de-sacs. I think the main thing is that there's other things I'd be interested in being involved with. I did allude to those with the discussion and the public safety in terms of let's really look at what some of the studies are with regard to street width. That is something that's set in our subdivision regs right now at 34 feet. I think there's a lot of compelling data that would show that we should look at that. So that would be, I'm in agreement that I think we should see some more of this.
Okay. Councilor Bernice?
Thank you, Mayor. I also agree that we need to see this, and I like the idea of red line version, but we're got to look at what we're looking at here. We are looking at one thing is we're changing it because the state is telling us we have to change it. That's great. There's not much we can do about that. There's maybe a little bit interpretation of what we can see difference between the state says and what we're writing. But the other is there's a lot of things in here the staff is changing. And I think when we do this, I'm going to ask you to do a red and a blue line. Maybe put the blue line in what the state is because we have no choice but to do that. But I want to see separately what all the staff is asking, what the staff is changing, because that's really the more what we have control over. And so we need to see the difference as we're reading through this document. And the document does need to be in the memo, because not only do we look at these packets to get this information, but the public also looks at these packets, and that's how they get their information as far as what's being changed. So I am actually in disagreement with a lot of what Ed said, not be surprised, but I'm also in agreement with some of it. So I think there's some issues with the cul-de-sacs. I think that we're allowing too many exceptions and going to be creating problems down the road. I think we need to have a better grid system, and I don't think this plan allows that. And so I think when you look at the lighting, I think I disagree with some of the lighting in the residential areas, but yet on some of the arterials and maybe possibly collectors. Some limited lighting could be utilized. So I think we need to have a much longer discussion on some of this. I think the long, narrow lots are a problem. I think I mentioned that, but there's a whole lot of this I think we need to have a lot more discussions on that. I think we need to talk about and get better ideas and understand the situation before it even comes to the public. And if you have to split it up to what the state has to do, you're already following the state law. So I'm not worried about taking a little bit of time on this to make sure we get everything together. So thank you.
Councilor Rowan?
Thank you, Mayor. David, I just want to make sure you understand you haven't done anything wrong. Your presentation was absolutely fine. But we have been told as council members for many months, this is our moment to talk about subdivisions writ large. So to hear that we're almost headed to a business meeting is disruptive to me and I think to others. But your presentation was quite fine. And in fact, I'd like to have a copy of it in addition to the materials that have been mentioned here tonight.
Okay.
But for sporting's sake, let me ask you a couple of questions about what's in here.
Okay.
In the document that talks about lighting, there is listed as a con that the upfront costs are passed on to home buyers. I'd like a sense of that if we have something. What are we looking at for potential impacts to home buyers? Because there is also a cost of crime when we aren't lighting up our communities and keeping it safe. So if we have any sense of what the potential cost of the staff recommendation is, that would be very beneficial. We also say here in this document that a count is decreased night sky visibility, but there are technological ways to overcome that impact on night sky. And I'm curious if because we don't have the red line here, if any of our proposed documents would require a certain level of light pollution reduction or night sky preservation. Are we putting any of those numerical standards in there? Because we've talked, it's been a minute since we've talked about it, but we worked very hard to be a LEED Gold certified city, and night sky pollution is one of those benchmarks in there that would help us get to platinum. So I don't know if we've aligned that in any way, but I'd like some more information on that if we could.
Yeah.
And then you have here in the cul-de-sac presentation, just sort of a little bit of the kind of pros and cons, and that's great. But I am curious, and maybe you can answer this right now, when do we call something specifically a cul-de-sac area? So for example, in my development, it's a block and there's a way out and there's a way in, but there's a cul-de-sac in one corner. So does that count under this regulation, or is the fact that it's connected on two ends of the development exempted from this kind of requirement?
A cul-de-sac would be a street that specifically goes off the, let's say, the main road of the subdivision, and is its own, has 5 lots generally on it. So it has its own, and then there's a bulb turned around for the people who had it. So it's not, it wouldn't be if you had a big circle and a way in and out, that wouldn't be a cul-de-sac.
Even if one of those corners, it's a square, even if one of those corners is itself a cul-de-sac?
Yeah, but if the cul-de-sac, it comes off of that up into a corner, fills in the corners, those would be the cul-de-sacs, the rest of it would not be.
So do the cul-de-sac percentages apply to that? They do.
They do, they would apply to those corners that go out.
Okay, that's helpful. I think that's all I have for tonight.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Troy?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So that, what I wanted to talk about was the street lighting just a little bit. In terms of the cons of not having street lighting put in at the time of development, I want to go into this just a little bit because I had a conversation with a homeowner. I said, you know, street lights would make your street much safer. And she said, I don't care. She said, I'm older. I'm not going to live that much longer, and my kids are going to inherit this property, and it doesn't really matter to me, and I'm never going to say yes to it. So I think we need to really point out that lighting, as we have the cycle of aging housing stock, we're hitting people. If streetlights weren't put in at the time of development, you're hitting elderly people who don't necessarily want that lighting on their property tax.
Just kind of a side note, we can't go back and make them put them in. This would only be for new subdivision. If the regulation were adopted, it could only go forward.
I understand that. What I'm saying is, if we miss the opportunity to put it in at the time of development, we have streets all over Ward 3 without any lighting, and the homeowners have to agree at that point to put the lighting in, and they say no. So that's what I'm trying to get at. I understand this is not grandfathered at all, but this is the situation. So if we don't put it in at the time of development, we are hitting people at a different point in their life. Maybe they don't have small children anymore and they don't care as much. And they say no to that, because I've been in that situation a couple of times talking about that. And that's really a con, because if we wanted to put a street light, say, south of Monad, in the subdivision by Sacagawea Park, it'd be extremely expensive. When the subdivision was made, it would have been much cheaper. So I think that's part of, if we're not just looking, this is a subdivision regulation, but if we're looking at real life, as Councilmember Repsis was trying to really explain, if you're looking at it longer term or more holistically, when we miss that opportunity, we're hitting people at a different time in their life, and they don't want to put it on their property tax. That's one thing. The second thing I really wanted to say, in terms of SEPTED, you have HOAs, they don't function anymore. If you have an HOA, you have a new subdivision, you have an HOA that functions. If you wait 4 decades, there's no HOA that functions. This is another obstacle. But what I would really like to say is, I don't think most people realize, many people think that technology can overcome streetlights, or that, so someone told me, well, I'll just put in a ring. Well, what happened in the Central Terry Park Task Force area was, there was an incident. The person was at the very edge of the property. There are no streetlights. And guess what? Ring does not take a good enough picture for you to be able to use that at all. So fundamentally, in terms of SEPTED and public safety, lights are there. And so that's just what I wanted to say. In terms of the pros and cons, I think waiting and then trying to convince people 40 years later just is a really big con. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris, one question will be if you can give us any rough idea of how long we'd have to wait before we could get this on another work session, especially toward the front, so that people wouldn't have to wait. I'm surprised we don't have developers here. We have the Chamber of Commerce, and we're going to get a SEPTED lesson here in a second, I'm thinking. But which I could give. It'd save you a lot of time there, but that's okay. But anyway, that'll be a question. I feel I need to give some direction to staff. I'm only speaking for myself. But just to second Councilmember Owen, great presentation. We're now getting into the details of something that's very detailed and complicated. So sorry that it seems like we're just getting engaged. Well, we're just getting engaged. That's the reality of it. But my prediction is that you're not going to get a lot of pushback on any of these changes, other than we'll want to have more discussion about the cul-de-sac rules and the lighting rules. That's just my guess from having looked at it myself and expressing my own views. And even on the cul-de-sac, I think we understand grid, we understand the need for connectivity. Maybe there's some details. I heard Councilmember Nee say he wanted to have even more of that, so there might be some questions. So I think lighting will be the big issue. On that, my personal input is just a second. We need more specifics about what does this mean cost-wise. We appreciate this breakdown, but at the last page, but it's a little hard to understand what that means for a typical lot owner. My quick back of the napkin sort of suggests that power is going to be about $60 a year. Installation costs $3,000 to $6,000. You add all that together. If you called it on a mortgage, for example, 7% of your installation costs would be about $300, $350 more a year, plus the $60 for power or so. I'm just throwing the numbers out to show the analysis, roughly another $400 a year in a payment on a mortgage. What does that translate to? Well, at 7%, another $4,000 or $5,000 per house. Average home price, call it $400,000. This is new construction, so maybe it's more than that. So you were talking about increasing the price of a house roughly 1%, if it were $4,000. That kind of analysis, whatever the numbers are, I don't know, but I think would be helpful for people to understand. The other thing that I'd personally be interested in is what are other cities doing? I mean, if we're really behind and everybody else requires this, that is relevant to me anyway. If nobody else is doing it, and I think Chris would say Bozeman's been doing this for years, that's interesting, would be interesting to me. And then it was mentioned before, in my mind, it's a complete no-brainer to be requiring on arterials and collectors. I think we already are to some extent. So, and I think there was some reference to that, but just confirming that. And is there anything between regular neighborhood streets and collector streets? Like, I can see a benefit in a big subdivision that's most all neighborhood streets to having a de facto collector, where most people are going to go to get out to a collector where most traffic would be, to prioritizing that. Maybe that's too complicated. I don't know how you'd define that, but that would be an interesting issue, whether there's some middle ground in that. So anyway, those are my thoughts. I just want to pass those on. Anything else before we, Councilmember Brown?
Could I make one more data request, please? Can we check with the eBird? They did a pretty significant lighting project with kind of low impact lights. I'd be interested to know what obviously that's not residential, it's commercial, and they were looking for historic fixtures and all that kind of stuff, but it's sort of a practical example of when someone really worked hard on lighting, did something a little bit sophisticated in the design, and I'd be interested to know what their cost, what the reality of their experience was. That would be really helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Kennedy.
Okay, I'm going to ask a question on lighting. Your thing on lighting talks about 6 lights and square footage, and then it throws out some numbers. What we really need to look at is on the Northwest Energy piece. I'm not that interested in the city piece because Northwest Energy is a lot cheaper than what the city is looking at right now. And on that piece, it shows to give an exact dollar figure that it would cost every homeowner on their monthly homeowner costs and what the installation cost is going to be. I'd really like to see those figures because I keep on hearing that it's going to add $12,000 or more to each lot, and I'd really like to know what the actual lighting is going to cost. I know I walked my street and we looked at lighting, and with the lighting, the city on my street was $250 a year, and then when people got to that, they turned it down. But if you looked at the Montana, our Northwest Energy piece, it was about $7 a month, and it was more palatable for people, but they didn't get past the first one. So I'd like to break down so we can really look at actual dollars that it's going to cost in a subdivision. Because when people look at $12,000 that it's going to cost and be passed on to the homeowner, I would really like to have some actuals.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Ripsis.
Thank you, Mayor. Just since we opened up, I want to second what Councilmember Gulick there said. When we come back and talk at the work session, I really do want to dig into street design. And that wasn't anything that was, on your list of staff suggested changes, but street lights have lots of benefits in terms of safety. They add cost. Street design, we can go the other way. We can increase safety, but also decrease costs for developers, increase actual developable land, and increase safety. So, I really want to dig into street design when we come back. This has a big component of the subdivision regulations. And I also want to talk about alternative pedestrian pedestrian networks throughout a neighborhood? Can we give developers flexibility to have a different set of pedestrian transportation through a network other than sidewalks on both sides of the streets, right? That's a very expensive way. It's very common and easy to do, but it's very expensive. We do have neighborhoods out in our ward that have, multi-use trails built throughout the neighborhood, and those were done a long time ago, and there are probably some septet issues with them. But I think we can do those a little smarter now, and so I think that it's opening up the possibility, or at least keeping the flexibility for developers to be creative in those ways, are things that we don't want to preclude as we update the subdivision regulations. So those are two areas that I'd like to talk about more when we do bring this back. It's not just going to be lighting and park access, or
Back to
the other one. Yeah, thank you.
Councilor Boyette.
I always bring my tax statement with me religiously. We do have lights in our neighborhood, and as a total, I pay $240 a year for all the lights in the neighborhood, probably Grand Avenue and ours. And when the light goes out, we religiously call Northwest Energy and say, come fix the light, and they do. And we like having, there's not a light every block. I mean, it's in certain areas. It doesn't have to be that close together, but we do like having lights. And to me, that's not a big charge for the year.
Very good, thank you. Councilmember Neeson, Council, I suggest we wrap up.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with what Tom is saying. I think there's a lot more to talk about this, but one of the things I do want to mention is, because what concerned me was when they talked about the cul-de-sacs and put trails through, is we have too many trails now that create unsafe alleyways, and we really need to make sure septet is taken into account when anytime we're looking at putting just a trail through property lines without streets and non-activity, making sure that those fences or bushes are transparent so they can be seen from the houses. We do not want to create these little alleys between subdivisions that are unsafe. So I just want to make sure we mention that. And just to counter Councilmember Boyette, I moved to my neighborhood because there is no lights. I love the night sky. So there's everyone, I think some neighborhoods can have lights and some neighborhoods cannot have lights and coexist. So thank you.
Very good, thank you. Let's call it a wrap. Move to public comment. Jack, you're the only one, so take a half an hour. Nobody else.
Yeah, you know what I'm here for. I'm Jack Genoway. I'm here representing the Billings Chamber of Commerce at 815 South 27th Street, and I personally live at 1146 Princeton Avenue. I am here to speak.
Do you have lights?
I do.
Okay.
Yes. I'm here to speak in favor of lighting in residential neighborhoods. I do want to begin by acknowledging that there is a trade-off. It does increase costs that will be passed on to the home buyers. And in general, we are against any sort of regulation that will increase the cost of housing. We need to increase our housing supply. That is extremely important. But the public safety concerns here, I do believe, outweigh that. I have personally conducted dozens of septet surveys over the last several years, and I can tell you that as a practitioner, lighting is often the single most impactful thing that you can do to increase the safety of any given area and increase the feeling of safety in an area. I can also tell you as a practitioner that the proposed changes are in line with what the National Institute of Crime Prevention recommends, LED fixtures with full cutoffs, which should keep light pollution to a minimum. Lighting illuminates human activity, both positive and negative. That in itself has a deterrent effect when you increase community surveillance. Perpetrators, either subconsciously or consciously, don't want to get caught as they're in progress. And that in itself has a deterrent, but it also increases witness potential. The lighting, and this is something that we don't often think about, but the street lights have the benefit of allowing you to see out your windows at night. We've all experienced being inside a well-lit house when it's dark outside and you can't see anything. But when you have street lights, you're able to see outside, which drastically increases witness potential. And of course, ask a police officer if they get called out to a scene whether they would rather have lighting or not. I think the answer is obvious. This makes their job easier and safer in the process. We surveyed our members, as we do every 2 years, and asked them to rank their public policy priorities. And it's no surprise that public safety hit the top of the list, and housing availability and affordability ranked number 2. We really do need to do both as a community, and I think that this proposal strikes a good balance. It allows developers some flexibility with multiple options to achieve those goals and whatever they think is going to be most palatable for their consumers and most beneficial in the long run. And I think that here the long-term benefits drastically outweigh the short-term costs. As Councilwoman Joy alluded to, it is much cheaper to put these in during the development phase than to try to come back and do it later. And I think in a lot of these cases, if they're not installed up front, we're going to wish that they had. So I urge you to move forward with this. I will also say, incidentally, by way of closing, that I am very supportive of this conversation about street design relating to traffic safety. I think that's a really smart approach as well. So thank you for your time.
Thanks, Jack. Okay, any other public comment on this item? No, close public comment. I think that concludes that item. Stay tuned, I guess, is the bottom line there. Chris, for item number 5, anything in the way of upcoming agenda items, and did you have any input for us about when this might be able to come back to us? We've asked staff to do a lot, especially if we've asked them to completely redo street design, but
To your second, that last question, no, I don't. Tomorrow morning, we'll look at the calendar going out, the same one that you see in your packet, and we'll find the earliest time to get moving, because it's critically important. So that, and as far as going forward, there aren't any new issues. I mean, the big, as I mentioned at the beginning of the meeting tonight, we have a budget and finance subcommittee meeting Thursday morning. You got budget adoption June 10th. Those are particularly budget adoption night, very significant, the hottest topic kind of in front of you. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay, the only request I guess I'd make to council members is if there was anything in this last item that was beyond the scope of what we already saw, like street design, staff needs some direction. What are you talking about specifically? Otherwise, they wouldn't know where to start on that. So.
Mayor, if I could add one piece, it would be equally, if not even more powerful, what you don't have a concern about. I mean, if there are some of those areas that it's like, no, we're good with it. We're not thinking there needs to be an enhanced, robust public process or whatever, knowing what those are. So we're focused on the things you highlight. Any of that we can hear from you, help us as well.
I had said that my guess was the vast majority are going to be okay with everything other than the need for further discussion about cul-de-sac / street design and lighting. Is that incorrect? Is there anything else that you really want staff to focus on?
I can say I don't know what, because I haven't seen the document, so I don't know. I really won't know until I see the document and read through it.
Okay. Councilmember Roy?
The only other thing, Mayor, that I know we've talked about a lot, and I don't have anything specific to add, but others might, is the parkland or parks in lieu, cash in lieu, all of that sort of, are we getting things that are really of value? I think that topic has been kicked around quite a bit and could come up upon further review.
Yeah, and just statutorily, the developer can make that choice, so we may have limits to what we can do there.
Agreed. I'm just tossing that out as something that I've certainly heard come up a lot. I continue to have concerns that we don't do enough to encourage mixed-use development, actually getting, little coffee shops and gathering areas in some of our developments. I think that's come up in subdivision regulations, but I don't particularly know how to tackle that per se. I just know that comes up often particularly when we talk about traffic and traffic impacts. So, how can we create neighborhood areas that don't require so much traffic?
Yeah, we need more little ice cream shops in the world. The world would be a better place with more ice cream shops. Not necessarily coffee shops and car washes, but ice cream shops. Yeah, absolutely. Councilor Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. I do agree with Councilman Neese, though. I'd like to see what the state is requiring us to do on red or blue. And then, so I don't have much choice with that, but then what is the staff recommending is a different, and so I could just read that, and that would be really what I'm going to focus on.
Okay. And Laura's nodding her head back there. Chris?
Mayor, could I ask, Mac also sat here all night and I actually had forgotten that he was sitting there.
Yeah.
And I'm sure he didn't sit here all night because he didn't have anything to bring to the table. Could you talk about, I think, street
Mac,
lights?
go ahead and come to the
Wasn't this
podium.
something that you
And I
could
apologize,
share?
I should have recognized you before.
I should have saw
We'll
that.
consider this reopening item 4 briefly.
No, so I came prepared with some of the streetlight conversation with some of the costs, but it's obviously folks are a little bit rummy. I don't know if this is, I'm not, it's not an excuse, but we could delve into that. I mean, I've got 3 simple slides, if that was appropriate, but I kind of felt like that was drifting to another meeting.
I would like to see it at the other.
Maybe we splash those and we get some thoughts.
You can think. We'll email them. Do you want to splat?
We could email them at this point.
I will definitely want to see them, so at a minimum, email them. Council, do you want to see them now? I'm seeing some heads being shaken at 9:30, but could you email them around? And then feel free to engage in a email conversation if you've got questions. Just copy everybody and back to Mac, and maybe we can have a little back and forth by email. Okay, and for any members of the public that might be watching that, including developers, which should be very interested, send it to the council email, and that way it'll be publicized for the whole public and watch our email exchange. Okay? All right. Okay, very good. Thanks for catching that, Chris. All right, then, Chris, anything on item number 5, upcoming agenda items?
Nothing other than what stated earlier.
Okay, so we'll call that a wrap. Council discussion, anything, council? Councilmember Shaw, Councilmember Gillick?
Really fast, you all have an email from me from the Legislative Committee. Chris was kind enough to include a call to action we voted upon at our last meeting related to the Water Policy Interim Committee. The email from me includes that call to action plus additional information and a myth versus reality PDF created by Public Works. So please look at that. We're on a clock we have about a week.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Shaw. I didn't ask Chief St. John because time was short, but that he had that heat map that showed the intersections where we had a lot of accidents. And it seemed to me that if we were to go back to legislature about light or cameras, we don't want to ask, it's never going to happen, to be granted permission to have cameras. But if we had a pilot project, that map could be Exhibit A, like a city could put in cameras on their 5% of their highest traffic accident intersections or something like that.
It's on our list to have a hearing, to have somebody come to the Legislative Committee to talk about it. So, yes, thank you.
Thank you. Subset where we could start, Councilmember Gillick?
Just a quick thing of notice, we were talking about building codes earlier and things that are in our ordinances. I did look at the ordinance that Tom saw. It relates back to a building code that we had before 2003, actually. It was the Uniform Building Code. We haven't had that since we adopted the International Building Code 2003. So it is just sort of we do have a lot of ordinances that are still, as we know, haven't been updated, but all the more reason for us to have things that are tied, though, I think, to mechanisms that are continuously updated, I guess. But it's old news.
Okay, Councilmember Wood?
Thank you, Mayor. Chris, I don't know what the right venue is for this, but I'm really concerned about the layoffs at Riverstone. We've talked a lot about the intersection between public safety and public health, and I think some of those layoffs are impacting their behavioral health staff. So I don't know if there's a chance for us to do a roundtable or a lunch or just something with some of the Riverstone leadership and talk about what this might mean for broader public health and public safety issues. I think it's important that we try to understand it a little bit. So I don't know that it has to be a work session unless council members feel real strongly about it. But I'd sure like the chance to kind of dive in a little bit structured and talk about what this means for us as a community.
Fair enough. I'll talk to John and we'll look at the best way to communicate and understand.
Very good. Okay, anything else before we adjourn? Okay, we're adjourned. Thank you, everyone.